on No Man's Sky. And for those who don't know, we have been doing a permadeath run. We have finished all the main story beats. Literally, all I have left is I push the big red button to make the galaxy go away. Which we're not doing. This is a quote-unquote forever run. And the idea behind that is I'm going to continue to upgrade and build and do more stuff and, you know, progress things as if it is a run where we're keeping all of our stuff forever. With the reality being that, you know, it's permadeath. And at any moment I can lose it all. Because we are set to permadeath of the save file is deleted upon death. I do not remember what was going on. It appears that we're probably in space. Oh, I'm just hovering over something. Right. Am I hovering over my settlement? Is that what's going on? We've got something over there. I'm not hovering over my settlement. There's a save beacon over here. Oh, I am hovering over my settlement. I am just utterly blind, it would seem. Okay. So, where we left off, I have a lot of things that are not great. If we go to our stuff, my inventory space is doing really solidly, but our ship is a C class, our multi-tool is a C class, and our freighter is a C class. So we beat the game in permadeath with all of this. We didn't just straight up avoid fighting. We fought the fights that need fighting and all that. So it really shows you how you don't really need a lot of the stuff. But yeah, so let's try and get this all going, because this planet, I believe, has the aggressive sentinels. Okay, so view construction opportunity. Alright, citizens have submitted proposals for development of a new workshop and a bazaar. Data indicates 43% approval rating for the workshop, 59% approval for the bazaar. So if we do the factory, we get 3 population and about 28,000 productivity. If you approve the market, we get happiness, 2 population, and all that. I'm going to go with the marketplace. Now keep in mind, the Sentinels are hostile on this planet. I was looking for... let's see here. Right, and have a bunch of stuff for, like, harvest sentinels, this and that, do all that kind of stuff. Oh, it's on the other side. But yeah, so we got this settlement, which is... what things? Okay, so we need silicate powder. So with the settlement mechanics, they start with a settlement there, and what ends up happening with that is you can then build up and expand it. So I need silicate powder. Which we can get by going to cliffs. I'm just going a little ways away so I don't trash my own... Okay, never mind, we can't do it there. I'm pretty sure I have objectives for killing sentinels. Okay. So immediately opening up to combat. Now remember, we're permadeath. Okay. All right. Not only that, we're not only on permadeath, we've also cranked up the difficulty on a lot of stuff. So like I've set the damage to be higher. The only things we didn't max out was there is a stat for how limited you can stack things. I did not turn that up. Where are you going? Why are you not... I didn't see the walker. Should be down here. Okay. So we just got cranked it to 11, and you're just unnaturally good at video games? Not necessarily. I would actually say overall, No Man's Sky is not a super hard game. You can get some BS deaths if you're not careful. Like, one of the things is if you ever glitch into terrain, you just stop what you're doing. Like, just stop what you're doing, like, exit out of your save real fast. Because it's one of the things that you'll just get killed. Like, not player skill or anything, just... it glitches. There's the dog. Yeah, it took 2 seconds, because that's what it was. I just had to kill some advanced sentinels. Come on. So I'm just trying to get the silicate powder, which apparently need to... there we go. What'd you get from just digging? Digging is also how you get away from a lot of those sentinel stuff. Yep, keep giving me the silicate power. That's just because they saw that we can upgrade our settlement. So for the moment, I'm just digging to get some silicate powder. Tons of pure ferrite, we'll use that. But yeah, so that means we got a bunch of mission objectives that do... who knows what the rewards were. It's been a long time since I played. Not long time in the sense that they haven't played No Man's Sky in forever, just too long to remember any objective. Okay, that should be plenty of silicate powder. Oh hey, a tunnel. We got creatures I haven't identified over here. Let's go find them. Because a lot of the stuff I'm needing is going to be depending on nanites and all that. And there's lots of different ways to get nanites. Of varying degrees of speed and effectiveness and all that. One of the ones that gives you the largest chunks of nanites all at once is if you identify all the creatures on a planet. Depending on the number of creatures, they give you anywhere from like 500 to like 500 to like 42,000. Sorry, not 42,000, 4,200 or whatever. Which is a lot of nanites to get all at once. Okay. Alright, so now I should be able to go to that building that was back here. Short on the materials that needed to be constructed. So you go ahead and queue up that. Now, if I remember correctly, I have this set up where... Alright, so there's the powder. You'll be, what, 20 minutes? 2 hours to build, so I don't have to worry about a thing here for 2 hours. Now, if I remember correctly, I've got the 2 settlements have their portals at them. So that's Settlement 1. And then we have our second settlement. You don't farm mold for nanites? No, so like... The things like... There's things where you can just like grow the mushrooms and then cook them to turn them in, which is utterly obnoxious to turn in because you have to turn them in one by one. Greet Settlement Visitor. So I tend to just be more like in the exploration side of things, doing missions, that kind of things. Okay. A visitor colonist, Marduru, has come with us with a request for aid. They damage their spawning organ. They do not explain how. A puddle of liquid is accumulated at their feet. I don't need to know about the injury you sustained to your spawning organ. Sure. There's a little bit of money to help you with your problem. Now the balls? Yeah, no, for the balls though, you have to like find a planet with it set up, and then you go out there and just kind of grind them, which is fair. But generally speaking, I've been tending to not grind things. I'd rather explore, fight, do whatever. You look like you're under construction. Oh, it's a cantina. So you got 1 hour on that. Okay. And that's that one done. So now I can go to our bases. The Bluegrass Hills. At the end of the last expo, there was a planet. We all set up bases and put out tea and pastries for everyone else to set up base. Planet-wide nanite farm. Yeah, no, I'm aware of the strategy of, like, because usually what you'll do is you put, like, a solid wall for the ball things. And they can roll up and they hit your wall and just grab them all. And it's not a bad strategy. But I've chosen not to do that myself. Not like any, like, oh, this is the wrong way or anything. But I've just kind of learned from myself over the years, if I do the strategy of like, okay, what's the way to get the thing I'm looking for the most effectively or the lowest effort or whatever, the faster I get that, the faster I finish, the faster I stop having stuff I want to do. Obviously with the nanites, there's almost always more to do. Also, I'm a hermit, I want nothing to do with other players. Okay. There's that. Like, and I just have that, like, that's, if I wanted to just go for the money, I would just make this area larger. But I'm not really worried about that. Alright, so... kick all the plants over there. Kick the meat over there. I have too much of everything in my inventory forever and always. Kick the Gravitino balls over there. Because I'm not super worried about money right this second, it's the nanites that I'm hurting on. That I need way more. Okay. Now, before we get all cozy with that, we were just here to grab those things. And if I ever need oxygen and all that, we've got that there. And then finally, we have my ship. Ooh, this makes me wonder. We got this one I got a water world as my planet I made. So the first time I played on my not permadeath, I made a gas giant that was awful. And this one we made a water world that's awful kind of in its own way, by basically being a stereotypical water world. Come on. Okay. So, we had people out and about. So they traveled almost 1,500. So they helped with the distress thing, got me money. They rounded up some smugglers with contraband, got me money. They fought a renegade AI, got iridesite. They did an investment and got Geknip. They mined a deposit for Herox. They seized contraband for magnetized ferrite. Love to see it. Give me all the goodies. Okay. We got iridesite. We got an oversized canister link, enriched carbon, cash, nitrogen salt. Cool. Got a lot of those we could probably trade away. I believe I have a trade beacon right here. Then go right in here. And some of that stuff that's just like really kind of only good for trading. Get rid of some of that. Under the void mode is a currency we use for those. The quad servo I could sometimes give to one of the guilds kind of thing. Oh right, I've got a mountain of gamma root in one of my inventories for some reason. I'll have to check what that's about. The living pearls we use for various stuff. Yes, the nanite salt we sell. That I might be able to actually give. Actually, we'll just sell it. The Geknip, sell that. Herox will sell that. Oversized canister link, a heavy structure support for a Corvette class ship. Oh, okay. It's a Corvette piece, so I'll hold on to that to drop off of the Corvette thing. Get the enriched carbon out of here. And I know a lot of these I can actually craft from materials to make them more valuable. So let's get 2 more frigate things out going. And that'll be like our maintenance stuff. Let's see what expeditions we have. So I have a lot of combat potential, so let's grab the combat one. And we go here. So we look at this, I've got a pirate battleship that is S-class. I've got an interstellar frigate, and then we could send the support to go with them. So that's kind of my big, I want to murder the crap out of stuff. Oh, I do not have frigate fuel. What do I need for frigate fuel? Titanium. I'm genuinely out of titanium? That's a weird feeling. Okay, I guess that's fine. Oh wait, we can just take our teleporter down. Where is my Oh right, the Corvette teleporter's back here. I went back and did one of the past expeditions they made available. Like, I knocked it out in just a couple of hours on my own time. Not in the permadeath, just... Okay, please don't make everything terrible. So what I need to find... an actual asteroid belt. Because then I can just get into the thick of the asteroids and just chew through them all. If you need cash, you got a plan. You missed the previous expo. $2, you can start right now. I do hope they do more of like, hey, you can go back. I understand the reason why we can't just go back to a lot of the past expeditions is as they update the game, if they're not actually taking the time to maintain them, they'll start getting buggy and broken. But very genuinely, I'd really love to be able to go, oh, I missed that expedition. I'd like to go back and get it. And I know the part of it is like, you know, fear of missing out kind of thing is a driver to keep people playing. I'm not a huge fan of that. But at the same time, like, for people, you know, I just genuinely couldn't play during some expeditions or hadn't realized, heard whatever that expedition had happened. It's one of those things where, like, it'd be nice to be able to go back and get some of that stuff. Honestly, I'm more interested in just playing the expedition, seeing the new mechanic, like, where it was, like, the centerpiece of the new thing. I may have gone a little heavy in the phase beam tech. Okay, so how are we doing with titanium now? 400 something? I also have all the clusters we grabbed. Alright, that should be plenty. So let's go back to... go back to our freighter. Because then with our freighter, what it can do is I can get those missions. I can't remember. That's the bottom I'm going up to right now, right? Yep, that's fine. There we go. But yeah, because then we can go and make our Or fuel for the, Sorry, we can make our fuel for the freighter and do all that stuff. Oh, don't do that. Okay, we're not in trouble yet. That's not exactly how I planned for that to work. Yeah, but I gotta remember, on like these ones, you don't step outside. It's one of the ways you can get yourself killed badly. Alright, so with that, we can go to the starship. We can move the titanium over to the freighter. And that'll let me make a big old stack of fuel. What are you for? Ah, I ran out of space on my Corvette to put all stuff because it's not high enough class. That's right. That's why we were struggling to get the ship class higher. Okay, so let's go back to the combat one. Like I said, we're gonna overkill this a little bit. Because they basically have a really, really strong group of combat ships. Actually, it looks like that took the entire stack of fuel I just made. Because I'm throwing a lot at these missions. And I do have 2 command groups, so I can send out 2 of those at once. I believe the other one I have a really high rating is that, let's see. So I've got 2 industrial merchant and a science ship. So I'll send you 3 there. You require 50 tons. Alright. Oh, right. It's merchants. Or these ones. Alright, so in that case, I'm going to just send the 2 industrial ships and leave the last one out of it. Okay. So we got them sent off. Let's see, you found a high tier one, and it's great. But they'll all max out soon enough. Yeah, so for me, I kind of went with the ones I wanted to do the things. The person that you just flooded the crap out of crap with ships sent missions daily. Yeah, and I also believe, if I remember correctly, I haven't... These are already on the freighter when I got it. So I have them that they just grab whatever's in system. Okay. So let's check out our inventory, because my inventory is pretty full. Yeah, we're not gonna sweat a lot of this. We can organize it. I don't know why, even though I organize it by type, those are still separated, but you know what? It's fine. Whatever. Now, I'm trying to remember is, do I have... Super even... Okay, so this is the other one. And that's an infested moon I have a base on. What was my base on an infested moon? Yeah, no, I need to rename them. I gotta remember what these are about. Is this my water world system? Okay, so discoveries. Yeah, so we discovered all these planets. Oh yeah, and that shows you, shows you when I played last. It's 3 weeks ago since I last played. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the solar system that I made. Oh, right. And I got my system was an outlaw system. Right. I don't know exactly why I set that up that way, but that's okay. Okay, so you want to trade with me. We still don't know hardly any words. But let's check their manifest. I don't really think there's going to be much I want from them. Nope, get out of my sight. You haven't type? You wouldn't have done it for no reason. My assumption is that this was our system, and I was having problems putting down the base computer on the water world because it's a water world. And I wasn't able to summon in my Nautilus because the water was too deep for me to find the materials I need to make the deep deploy thing there. And because it's a purple star, my freighter wasn't able to come at the time. And so I was also using my freighter as my forward ops, that I would keep my freighter exploring the next system kind of thing. You know, and all that stuff. Because I'm pretty sure this is the system we live in, and that's why I had those. Because the other two beacons are, I have the base I've been doing stuff, and then the other beacon on that same planet is I've got a bunch of oxygen and pyrite canisters that just autofill. So when I get low of my materials I need for basic survival, I just go and pop in there and it's no big deal. Okay, so we got the cross bridge thing, which is, I don't remember which inventory. It's in our freighter, who's not here. That's fine. Alright. Was not so much worried about life support as I want to set up a base to, you know, build a base on the water planet, because I haven't done much of that. But just the issue being, there's a bunch of difficulty in getting that all set up. Hand-in missions. So we get repair things, cash, frigate module, and storm crystals. And I'd only done those for reputation and all that, not really the things. I'll worry about pirate stuff later. Yeah, I'll worry about that later too. And this should be unavailable. Yep, we've already visited this. Okay. Yeah, Subnautica expansion is not super utilized. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's what we got going. Well, that's interesting. So, I'm allowed to go to my bases, but I'm not allowed to go to that because my clearance is not granted. Alright, so like I said, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, no, I realize it's a piracy system. But it's amusing that I can't... Oh, do I have an illegal good? I shouldn't have any illegal goods on me. If I do, I'm not super worried about it. Like, you low-key, you want to build a giant sign on your main planet that says Todd Howard sucks from above? I mean, it wouldn't really work because render distance. Plus, I mean, it's whatever. Okay. Other thing to grab here that we care about. Kill monstrosities, kill sentinels. I'm not really worried about these ones. Okay. So let's quickly land back in the ground. Oh, right, we got, like, the giant glitch world in our system. So what I wanted to do... It's the waterlocked planet. Okay, so let's go, because it was... Yes, this one's the marine planet, which only has 4 life forms, which is a little surprising for marine planet. Well, my hope is... I see I've got a bunch of living pearls here and all that. My hope is I have enough stuff to potentially get myself set up. Because if I can get the Nautilus or whatever it is built, then it's a whole thing. It's also interesting that my marine planet is a also happens to be... Sorry. Oh, bargain for relic? Sure. Accept the trade's offer. I'm sure I'll find a use for relic, or it'll find a use for me. A box of radioactive organic matter. Cool. But, with the Nautilus, I do feel like the survivability becomes way easier. Because I made this planet, and I might as well do stuff on it. Oh, right. Isn't this... I think this planet is like 90% of the time. Yeah, it's got these storms so you can never see anything on the surface. I remember this planet now. Yep. So it's always got a scorched atmosphere above the surface. I remember this planet now. Like, we didn't get set up, because like I said, I couldn't find any land, and we can't get our freighter here to do the extracraft teleport thing. So I needed the basics for the Nautilus thing, and the atmosphere sucks. But the whole world is just a water world. That always has, like, ash everywhere at all times. So you can't see. I remember I spent a while looking for land. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll slow it down. I'm too close. Oh, hey. Oh, right, because I did get the thing that lets me... Right, we had left to get the materials for that. Alright, so with that in mind, let's check the starship. Give me this. Give me this. And that should be the basics I need for this. All right. Cool. We're just working our way to the bottom. Hi, giant squids. How you doing? And we keep going deeper. We're at 1,000 U deep and keep going deeper. All right. Now, the catch is, I can't build from inside the craft. And I also can't easily check this stuff. So how fast do we start dying here? We start going fast. Alright. Can I make room for the deep dive stuff? Okay. That lets us stay underwater longer. Boots, jetpack, toxin survivor, personal refinery. Pressure membrane. Okay, so I need 2 hydrothermal fuel cells and then 3 hermetic seals. Hermetic seals. I'm glad I have the materials to make it. Yeah, so pressure membrane. Okay, so that means I shouldn't start instantly dying. I am wrong. Yeah, so I added the pressure membrane. I don't have, like, regular old carbon. Well, that's not what you want. I do have a ton of oxygen. We need to move to a link. There is no moving this. We're full. So if I wanted to try and move it, need to store it. You can move you over, move you down. I don't think they'll really make a difference, but we'll still do it. Okay, we can go to our exocraft and refuel it real fast. Okay. So I need to make chromatic metal. I don't need a lot of it. I just need some of it. Did you go in the submarine without preparation? Not a great idea. Yeah, no, we're fine. We have tons of emerald. So use that to make some chromatic metal. Yeah, now once I get a building down here, I can start doing stuff. Well, that's the thing, though. I have the thing that's supposed to allow me to go deep under here, but this is an extreme environment. So what I think I need to do down here to make it survivable is we just need to put down the stuff. Yeah, so it's basically telling me I need to be traveling down here in the Nautilus, which is fair. The problem is, if I want to build a base down here, I can't build a base from inside the Nautilus. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Claim base. Get back up to the Nautilus. I think when you have the aquatic buildings, you can build them and be fine. Yeah, that's the thing. I actually can do that. It's a matter of I need to actually get out long enough to get the building down. Okay, so building. Where's the door? And I construct underwater. Okay, so it's not that door. Is it this door? Okay. Really got a mineral hotspot right over there. And a gas hotspot. Alright, so we do have that. Yeah, there's no power nearby, so we'd have to depend on solar and all that. Oh, I didn't bring gold down here. Well, I don't want to use a bioreactor. Okay. I'm starting to realize I got a lot of problems with the setup we're doing here. Delete base. Okay. So we're not going to build a base here. Not right there, at least. Yeah, it's really a shame we don't have the equivalent of any of these things available in the Nautilus. So really kind of limit your ability to do stuff down here. Hey, and, you know, Shadow Purpose set. Oh yeah, there you are. But, that was something to check out. I missed what said you were playing, because I know you've been playing Little Rocket Lab recently, among other things. But definitely something to check out. Lots of good stuff going on over there. So what I'm leaning towards doing is vaguely heading south, popping out, doing a quick scan for power until we could find power. And then setting, like, a deep underwater base. Well, no, actually, you know what it could be? I might just literally have to build them. No, Because we've actually unlocked literally everything available that is at the anomaly. Like, I literally bought every single thing at the anomaly. We're just going south for just a little while here. And I'm going to pop out. No nearby hotspot, so hopping back in. I'm aware, Luxray. We did it all. Like, literally all of it. Every last bit of it. The only exception being is a bunch of the cosmetic stuff I didn't grab. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't believe in the Nautilus there is the scanner. Like the multi-tool style scanner. Like, I could be wrong, but I don't believe that's even a thing. Alright. Okay. Because once I get this set up, and I can get a teleporter built, then my life gets easy, because in the future I can just teleport back up and out. And then anytime I want to come here and do anything with the base or whatever down at the bottom of the ocean, we can just teleport directly into the base. It has a scanner, but you choose what it looks like when about to scan. Oh, I mean, I could scan for these things, like wrecked stuff on the bottom of the ocean and all that, but I'm looking more for like your regular old, I want to see there's electricity. The resource, the big one are those crystals. I forget what they're called, but the crystals are, I want to say, like a really good resource. You also have a bunch of the other, like, aquatic things down here. But the scanner limitation isn't that big once we get our initial setup. Because I'm not going to worry about trying to have a bunch of, like, the mining things unless it happens to be convenient. Yeah, so like I said, I'm vaguely going just south. And I travel a little distance, I'll pop out, check for electricity. So the crystal things I'm talking about you can only get from the bottom of the ocean, in deep, deep ocean. But you already had to get those before in this run for some of the side quest stuff. Yeah, sea glass, that's the one. Yeah, no, there's, I know there's a bunch of stuff like Nautilus upgrades and all that that were locked behind it. Most likely what I would need to do is probably go to the Exocraft mod vendor, whatever he's called, and that they would be the ones to likely have the upgrades for the Exocraft. Makes sense. It is honestly one of the things that, like, those being kind of this nanites, so you don't random across them very often, is one thing I wish they kind of did more with. So, like, where we can get, you know, starship modules by fighting starship stuff, and we can get freighter modules by doing the freighter missions and all that you send your people off to do. And your multi-tool ones you can find from just like discovering things on the world. Same with the exosuit. I kind of wish we had more avenues to get the exocraft upgrades. Yeah, no, the sea glass is the big one. We also have a bunch of other ores and all that. Is it really worth building down here? Honestly, the answer is probably no. Like, all things considered, the answer is no. But this is the planet we crafted at the end of the main campaign, like the new extra campaign. And so it's my planet. It's my terrible, awful, horrible planet that shouldn't exist. So I'm kind of planning to live on it out of principle of I made this hellhole. It's my hellhole. Okay. Okay, so about 90 degrees to the right, the northwest. I've lost track of the bottom of the ocean. There we go. That's so weird. It's just weird to me that there's this big flat area here. We've accidentally gone into a cave. Okay, so it's east of us here. Gotta find my way out of the cave. Is 300 units? Maybe. I think that was too close to be it, but maybe. We could check. They're at the flat spot again. So 160, about this heading. Okay, about 50 that way. It's kind of along the edge of that area. Okay. So it's basically just down there. If nothing else, that flat spot does give me a place I could toss a base on. Okay, we're basically at it. Base computer. Slap that down there for right now. Okay. claim the base here. Okay, so the power source... Okay, we're producing 200. It's a B-class power source. Alright, so you got our power source. Now we need to make our actual building. Can I add, like, a stilt or something for this? Okay, let's get in here so we can actually not die as we figure out stuff. Alright. So we've got now not instant death. And we got power online. Okay. So, for the teleporter, I need 2 carbon nanotubes. Let's make sure we have those ready. I need carbon for that. Why? Why is this the situation I find myself in? The exocraft is probably not close enough to... Oh, the exocraft doesn't have anything in it. Wait a second. Okay, from what I thought one of the modules was... Actually, we do have the Nautilus cannon is not built. It's missing the crystals, which I am sure as hell not getting at the bottom of the ocean. Like, they're here. I'm sure as hell not dealing with getting them at the bottom of the ocean. Okay. So, I'm sure there's got to be at least a couple things in here we can refine into carbon. It's just a matter of what I want to destroy, because I know oxygen does, but we're also not exactly doing great on oxygen because of how fast we're just consuming it all. I'm pretty sure I can't... Okay. So, let's have a look-see at what we can do. So, what I can do at a minimum is I can turn that condensed carbon into regular carbon. Living pearls become gold. I did not know that. Interesting information. Storm crystals become emptiness in our heart. Sulfide crystals we want to leave alone. No, that's going to turn into anything. No, that's going to turn into anything. I don't think radiant shards turn it... oh, radiant shards turn into nanite clusters. Okay. I can get on board with that. Not right now, but that's the thing. Ognium becomes nanite clusters. So what I'm hearing is I got a lot of stuff I can just turn random crap into that. Helium becomes pugnium. That becomes... I believe you can become salt? You become condensed carbon. I can get on board with that. Because then I can turn that into condensed carbon, which I can then turn into regular carbon. Okay, so that'll work in getting our teleporter up. In the meantime... And I'm assuming I can't just put, like, regular old boring hallways down here. Yeah, so it would need crystal sulfide, which I have to get at the bottom of the ocean and are rough. And I'm assuming I can't just slap these together? Nope. That's actually pretty rough. So I'm pretty sure with the crystal sulfide, I need to get out of my ship and actually pick up. I can't just blast it with the laser and grab it. If you could erupt really fast, that'd be lovely. Come on, pick up the pace, man. Okay. And now I can go to you, because I need that made out of other materials. Okay. Yeah, imagine we can get upgrades that make it a lot easier for me to do stuff down here. Or more ironically, I go to other locations to collect the materials I need for my underwater base, because my underwater base is too inhospitable for all that stuff. Okay, so we can go here. All right. So now we can go into this place, and that should give me the materials that I need to make my teleporter. So we can tuck one of the we can put a teleporter in this front room. All right, I need the carbon nanotubes. Okay, so now I have a teleporter to get in and out of my nightmare undersea lab base thing. And we have all the different things we can build down here. It would be good to get the large refinery set down here. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We're not setting up the landing pad. It's the bottom of the ocean. It's not going to do any good. All these terminals, I don't need those. The galactic trade thing, I don't need. So I could sit here and make like this giant like grow lab at the bottom. One thing to check real quick is there is a gas hotspot, but it's almost 300 away. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to tap any easy access materials from the bottom of the ocean. I thought there was one where I could change you to flatten. Yeah, it's fine. Put a little free library at least. Oh yeah, no, we're definitely gonna be building stuff down here. That is kind of the plan. It's just a matter of what I go to build. You can have the moon pool floor. Okay, so let's see what we need to build. Like I said, for a lot of these things, I don't really have much use for this. The autonomous miner, you have to do fuel and all that. The autonomous trapper and all that. We don't need these things. And this is just to expand the space, which is fine. That's just aesthetics. Yeah, so I could definitely see putting down here, moving our growing stuff down here and having our illicit production of stuff down here. We could certainly do stuff like put up a weapons rack and all that in here and have, like, all of this. These terminals, like I said, we've already got all the upgrades, so they serve no purpose for me, really. You can get some repeatable quests out of them, but I don't really care about any of those. I'm pretty sure with the gas extraction and all that, I'm pretty sure you can't put these if there is not a material nearby. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so like I said, unfortunately, the only thing I see is about 300 away. We've got a gas spot. It does tell me it's only a potential C. So I don't think this is going to be a base that we wire those up because it's unlikely to be useful. We could definitely put the trade terminal down here so that as we get stuff going, we have that. That'll be 3 microchips. The microchips require carbon nanotubes, so 1, 2, 3. Microchip, microchip, micro... What am I missing for another microchip? A tiny bit of chromatic metal, which we can resolve by just chucking any one of these in here. Alright. Probably not the lithium. I don't have much of that. I do have quite a bit of the activated corpse. And I do recall it gives a really good rate so far as input to output. Okay. So I have a trade thing. Oh, I have to actually make the microprocessor, don't I? So put trade thing in the corner there. Alright, let's try that again. Well, that's just weird. Okay. It's fine. It'll just hover off of the corner a little bit. We don't need to think about it too much. Alright. So, the large refinery would be a good one to have down here. I could ultimately see that kind of being a thing. And just kind of making ourselves like a deep underwater base type deal. We're going to run out of the materials. I'm already on materials. Alright, so we'll come back to doing this. I'm going to need a bunch of materials, most of which aren't going to be easily located down here. But the point is, I now have this place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop over, I'm going to go to our bases. Oh, we can rename these. Alright. Where did I put the actual base computer? There you are. Alright, base. Rename the bottom of everything. And that's fine. I think that'll make it save. And now I can go over here. So that one is labeled. So I can't teleport to where I already am. That's fine. This one just supports that one. So we can go to the O-ring colony, which is the base computer I have just dropped on like some infested world that was to not lose this system kind of thing. So this computer can go. This computer serves no purpose. Get it out of here. And I do see just behind me is something to check out. Oh wait, didn't I already do that? Pretty sure we already checked out the thing behind me. That's fine. Okay. So what we're going to go ahead and do is head back to the pirate station. Because genuinely, it'll be way, way, way easier if I go back down to the bottom of the ocean to go to the station and teleport down than trying to fly over it, drop the Nautilus, and go to the bottom. Wait, for real? There's territorial disputes in this game? What are you talking about? There's no PvP. Well, I mean, so you can technically PvP in the game, but from a practical aspect, you gotta basically get stream sniped and like go to a gate where someone can see the exact location you are, and even then, it'd be super hard for that to be a thing, and you could just basically turn off settings to get that to be avoided. But there's no... Oh, if you're talking territorial dispute... So there is a thing where if I put a base somewhere, someone else can't put a base right there. They can put it near there, but not right there. So when you go to the computer, it will be like, hey, just so you know, you've claimed this spot. But it'll warn you if someone else has claimed it. You'll mostly notice it when you're doing the expeditions, where you'll go through and you'll just see people's computers everywhere. But there's no, like, if someone has a really good spot and I want it, I can't just, like, declare war on them or something and fight for the spot or anything of that sort. Right. I totally forgot I can have you just processing materials. So let's grab... Where are you at? In here somewhere. Yeah, we can grab you. Get to work. Yeah, there's no having systems trade hands, that kind of thing. I am going the wrong way. Yeah, no, it's just not a thing to work in that manner. Okay, so with that, what we'll want to do from here, and I debated trying to run around at the bottom of the ocean there and scan for stuff. I think that's ultimately going to be just us dying until we get some more upgrades. Because that's kind of what we're going to be working on, is getting a lot of that stuff fixed. Getting our ship to be a higher rank, getting our multi-tool to be a higher rank. The freighter would be nice, but I think that's a lower priority for me to rank that up. All in all, that's going to be a bunch of work. So, what we can do... I'm also trying to get all our standings up to stuff. So I'm going to get all the standings for other things figured out. So let's go to our bases. I cannot go directly to my ship. What I can do... You can't rank your freighter up? I was pretty sure you could rank your freighter up between, like, C, B, A, and S. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Because remember, people go out of their way to find the model they liked and then rank it up. Okay, so we teleported to the bottom of the ocean so that I then may teleport to my ship. Yeah. No, I'm... It's been a long time. I know I've done it. I just don't remember mechanically how it works. Which, like I said, it's not an immediate priority. So we're back on our freighter. No, you cannot rank your freighter up. Well, I'm having one person say, yes, you can, and you're telling me, no, I can't. I'm pretty sure you can. Freighter is a dice roll? Oh, you can't rank it up? I could have sworn there was a way to do it. You have to find a good one? Well, that's obnoxious. Then I wish I hadn't jumped on it. Yeah, because all the other stuff, they let you, like, figure out something you cosmetically like. And then from there, you can slowly and meticulously rank it up. It's also a bummer that once you have a freighter, it's much harder to get it, so you get another option, with the exception of the combat thing. Yeah, no, I like the freighter I got aesthetically. Google says you can't? Yeah, gotcha. My apologies. I thought that was a big thing that they made a point of the game a while back, that like it used to be you couldn't rank up a lot of stuff, like your ship was what a rank it was in that, and then eventually it still just sends out missions fine. Yeah, I also feel like the freighter, the ranking up isn't as relevant as your ship. Because of how many cool modules you can get in your multi-tool and your ship and all that, like ranking them up is very important. We're probably too far from the freighter to do anything with it. Yeah, I need to fix that. But like the freighter in a lot of ways is just the thing I use to send out missions. Okay, so let's take a quick check on our standings and all that, because I don't remember where any of that is. Oh, also, get this out of here. Logs. Yeah, so we do have that kind of stuff. I wish I could remove this from my list. So this is just a repeatable quest. That's just a repeatable quest. That's just a repeatable quest. That's just a repeatable quest. I kind of wish I could just eliminate those. And then these are basically done. As you see, it says, like, just enjoy the galaxy. That's basically the end. This one is just a repeatable quest where you just keep showing wonders to the Atlas. And then this one is just enjoy reality. So, like, these are all done. And then, like I said, I got these ones. And I do wish they would drop off the... You could filter away those ones. Alright, so... What I actually wanted to do is, if I can remember where it's at... Ah, here we go. I wanted to go to our factions here. I don't remember where that's even at in here. Right. So, for the Merchants Guild, we're at the highest. So we need the Mercenaries. Yeah, the Mercenaries, the Autophage, and the Outlaws, we can still gain stuff. And then the various main factions, we can also gain those as well. Okay. Well, I'll probably approach this the other way. Alright. So, for the factions, Merchants Guild and Explorer Guild we don't care about. That's the way I'll approach it. So stuff like this, where it's like Explorer Guild standing, unless I specifically want that reward, I don't care, get it out of here. Yeah, because that one's Vakeen. That's the Merchants Guild. Yeah, don't worry about that. Because I actually don't need the module expansions. Really? Those are fine. Okay, and we already did all that. And you are which one? You're the merchant, so I don't need anything to drop with you. Okay. So, what the things we can do here is I can check on the cost of upgrading my ship to the next tier up. Looking at what we've got on our equipment, the ship, I have a hard bottleneck that I cannot get any more ports up here until we up it a class. The multi-tool, same deal. We've kind of maxed out what I can do until I up it a class. So both of those are a matter of nanites. So the goal on how much nanites I need is if I was going to upgrade my Corvette, I need 25,000 nanites. That's actually not as bad as it sounds. We're at 22,000, and you can make about 3-4-ish thousand nanites by scanning all the things on a planet. That also is a relatively good way of making money. So we might end up starting to pop onto some planets and explore them. Now, the one thing I'll usually avoid is if we land on a planet and it goes, okay, the creatures on this planet are rare underground. I'll usually just move on, because rare underground, you can run around in circles for hours trying to get them to spawn. Not literal hours, but you can burn a good half hour of just doing laps trying to get the stupid thing to spawn. Okay, so we can get Quicksilver I don't really care about. That's not that many nanites for sitting there just fishing a whole lot. Excavating ruins for a salvage frigate module is not terrible, and the last one I don't care about. That's fine. I'm willing to accept that one and start the mission. Because that should potentially give me a direction to go. That didn't, like, point me in a specific system direction, right? Nope. So it just wants me to collect artifacts from ruins. Do I actually have a blueprint or a navigation thing? I might even have a navigation thing for one of those. No, I've got one for the pod. Let's put that on our starship. That one on our starship. Okay, so we're just gonna go to the Blighted Planet. And we're gonna check out what we can check out. Oh, wait, never mind. We have the ruin. Alright. Slight change of course. There's the ruin I was looking for. That's fine. Okay, and the moon is... got ancient bones. Oh yeah, we haven't... oh no, we built at least one of the dinosaurs. Oh, that's right. Another thing we can do is on our freighter here, on our, sorry, Corvette. On our Corvette here, I can start chucking some stuff in the back that gets turned into nanites that I've been just hoarding. I didn't need to land. I can still hop out the back of my ship. Okay, that's fine. We're already landed. We already are going to have to spend the fuel. Why not? Okay, so we can grab you. Drop you in here. Drop you in there. Let's grab some of the stuff that gets turned into nanites. Where are you at? You don't get turned anything like that. I mean, you get turned to glass, which is not terrible. The Gratino balls do not get turned into nanites. We just had some things that was like, oh, I wonder what that gets turned into, and I found out it was nanites. Oh, it was the Putnam. Putnam gets turned into nanites, and I got... or Pugnium. Oh, it turns into nanites super fast. Oh, but not really many, I guess. That's a little underwhelming. Wouldn't be so bad if I could do it in big groups. But I could go ahead and eliminate a couple stacks of the stuff real quick. Because that'll be one full stack gone. Because that's a very easy to get material. Every time we fight the Sentinels, I end up getting a good chunk of it. Alright. All this for like 80 nanites or something like that. And then there's the Radiant Shards. So I don't know how much that becomes, but at least takes a little while. Okay. So quickly work our way over. Also, before we get into the thing of looking for the creatures on this planet, so we got 8 creatures. Is there rare underground? There is rare underground. So we're not going to focus on trying to actually get all creatures on this planet. Like, I'll scan what we see. That's not what I want. Okay, there's the crate itself. Just gotta grab the keys. Okay. It honestly amuses me. I don't remember when they added it. It wasn't the thing originally that they had, like, the buried key thing. But they added that later, and literally all they did is they took their existing, like, relic site things, and just like, okay, what if, you know, like, we just Z access to this into the ground, and then added these, like, you know, these things defined in it, which I think is fine. I think it's actually not a bad addition to the game, but it is a little amusing from the thing where it's like, wait a second, I've seen this before. You just put it under the ground. Let's see, you logged into the game, went to your freighter, and that rank is reset and you can't upgrade it. Sorry. And you can't upgrade it, all that work for nothing? I mean, like I said, the freighter doesn't seem to be that big of an issue. It's a bummer if you lose progress kind of thing on it. I'm a little bit like, okay, it kind of sucks that you can find a freighter you like the look of, but if it doesn't happen to be the rank, then, you know, you're just SOL. Like that kind of thing. That's a bit of a bummer. Like, I wish there was a way to progress it. It could be more than just, like, nanites or something. But, like, a direction to take it. An unknown building there. I'm not seeing any life forms on the scanner. How many life forms are on here? 8? Yeah, no, it's also, I would say it is a bummer that, like, again, if there's no upgrade path to work on, that just having to get the RNG to give you what you want. Especially with how infrequent it seems you get the chance to look into trying to get a different freighter. Why are the animals not showing up? Like, we see the animals, but not getting the red or green pings on it. Like I said, I'm not super bent about it because dealing with this plant would be utterly awful. Because just the luck on whether or not we get the underground ones to show up. The fact they're not showing at all is weird. Okay. Turn in a quest. And I don't really care about any of the rest of those. Let's see now if I walk outside. Yep, no, weirdly it's just not letting me see the dots. That's fine. Like I said, it's got a rare underground one, and those can be obnoxious. So let's go check our planets. So if we go out here, we'll start with this one over here on the left. And we're just going to do a quick little peek at each of the planets in the systems respectively. And see if we can't easily scan a bunch of stuff. If we can, great. If not, that's whatever. Okay, so radiant shards are really pretty solid for nanite purposes, all things considered. Certainly not like a meta thing for it. But definitely something to consider. Okay. This a water world? Can't tell if I'm just seeing the clouds covering up there. There's a couple little spots of land here and there. So let's hop out and see what am I looking at here. Okay. So for this planet, we are looking at rare underground, always active. And we leave. Next contestant on the list. Because it also looks like a world where finding underground might be just as hard as actually doing anything with it. Where are you at? Oh, is it the moon behind? Gotcha. And like some of the planets I wouldn't mind. That one's gonna be, that moon we just went to or whatever, that wouldn't be very rough. Just the fact that it is a water world, the rare underground on top of it, just gonna exacerbate. Sharded planet is probably not going to have hardly any life forms. One thing we do in the meantime is take what little nanites we get out of that. I should have popped out and processed more things for nanites as well. The real question is, do I invest in the multi-tool or the ship first? Okay, we had some type of building on the radar. Where did you go? There you are. Most likely there'll be no life on the planet, or if there is, it'll be just like one or two glitch ones or something like that. Okay. So get up out of our seat. Run to the back. Chuck the next thing in here for processing down into nanites. And there is one creature on this planet. The rare ground creature, and those usually don't tend to be too bad. Alright. Iteration. Terminal blinks awaiting input. Download data. Scenario. Lifeform designated Vakeen approach the instantation Great Monolith. Silence. Acceptance of Schism. Korvax. Eradication enslavement. Vakeen War emerges where individuals Herc and Nal believe the other have heard nothing. Repeated imagery of 6 cries. Analysis. Scenario involves the murder of ally and culture becoming obsessed with the destruction of artificial intelligence. Cautionary. Semi-survival retrieval of entity Nal shows farther insistence of self-doubt by troubling factor, repeating pattern of silence and self-mystification. Yay! Psychologically being destabilized. Alright, we can go over here and pop you. So we've discovered the planet. Oh, one thing I should actually remember to do is there is, we do have the scanning thing on the freighter. I always forget to do that, where you can just walk in the room and scan all the planets and get, like, the very basic from them. You're not gonna make, like, good money doing that or anything. But it is a thing. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I feel like I'm getting a weird situation with our scanner, where I'm not seeing life forms or anything. Like, it's almost like it's filtered out. So we can do real fast here, so we just... I discovered it. Okay. There's a perfect example. So apparently I scanned it as one of, like, the moving crystals or whatever, but we have neither a green nor a red dot here. And that implies I'm just not seeing it. So I'm going to hit the save thing. And we're going to use the tried and true thing of quit to mode select. Yes. Play. And go back in. When all else fails, you just give it a quick kick. Because I'm assuming it's something like the quest, one of them, the UI got messed up. Alright, so I have to respawn everything. We did get the creatures for the planet. And you can see it mentions that there's flora and minerals, and you can scan all that. But unless they've changed something historically, I don't believe you can get a you discovered all of them bonus. Like, they don't have the exhaustive list here. Whereas the fauna, it will list everything there, like where you can find it, very roughly speaking. And so finishing all of that's good. I don't care about any of that. Go pop you. Ah, see, it ate my materials. That one is a reload. But I've had lots of problems with that historically, where I'll put something in here to process and then not get my goodies out the other side. It's one of the reasons why people are like, why don't you use your refinery? I've had that happen so many times. Now that one very genuinely had a reload, so sure. Just gonna finish with the last of this pugnium. What else can we chuck in here? We have more radiant crystals. There's not enough that to do anything with. That becomes carbon. Do the inverted meters become? So inverted mirrors also become nanites. So it almost feels like one of the ways just farmers just go to the dissonant worlds and start trashing everything. Just put existence in your pocket. And then just refine it all later. It seemed like the radiant crystals were maybe 100. Okay, so we got Guar was the one we just hit. You had a rare underground, so we're gonna skip on that one. We did get all the ones on. Did I actually claim it though? Yes, we did get all the ones on that planet. The next contestant. An added bonus when you're dealing with all this stuff is you scan all the stuff, you get the huge bonus for discovering everything. You also get a bonus, you also get a payout for the initial discovery kind of things when you submit it. And then on top of that, when you go to the anomaly and you turn in the data, you can also get yet another nanite bonus for that. So you can kind of like dip into it a couple of times. Now the big one is still just when you discover all of them, you get that lump sum of a couple thousand. That's the lion's share of what you're going to get. But you get a little bit just sprinkled on top after each of those. Economy or extraction. One thing I should also consider is when we land on these planets, checking immediately see if there is an electric spot, and if there's an electric spot, when I get there, check immediately to see if there is like a gas or mineral spot nearby and what that is. Because then I could potentially see plunking down a couple of bases here and there for any high value materials we can find. Like if it's just more like oxygen or pyrite or whatever I already have, like don't care about it. And what do we got over here? Just looks like a nav spot, which is good enough for what we're looking at. Alright. So if we tag that, we'll have officially discovered the location. So how much did you give me? So for those 2 radiant mirrors, we got almost 200 nanites. Yeah, the radiant shards. Looks like a stack of those is 250. Alright. Because even discovering the planet, you get a little bit. It's not much, though. Okay, so let's check. So we got 6 creatures. Uncommon underground, I think, is fine. Okay. I got Elder Drew in their 90 stream streak. Catch the last 90 streams without missing one, so thank you so much for that. Okay. So like I said, we're gonna check here. So 300 is kind of on the limit, and nothing that way. All right. Went too far. Because like I said, we're just going to see if there's power and then a decent materials here. If it's something good, we set stuff up. If it's something that I'm like, we move on. Phosphorus C. Yeah, that's 315 that way. That's already too far. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to daisy chain that. Yep, so I'll just move on. We won't worry about that. Meanwhile, what am I missing of the creatures? I've got 4 out of the 6. We are missing an uncommon flying that is diurnal. They're out in the day. Or I think it was dawn and dusk, and then an underground one. The point is, we're missing flying ones that are only out certain part of the day, and then some underground nonsense. So let's go see if we can't find ourselves a cave. Because like I said, uncommon is not bad. That is not going to be sufficient for my purposes. Alright. Looks like there's a cave over there. Come on, be a little bit bigger than that. Okay, so we definitely have a cave big enough for that to show up. So we can run around down here because they're always active for the underground one. And then the other one we can just wait until, like, again. They're only, I believe, dawn and dusk they show up. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay. That's fine, investigate. Alright, we just keep grabbing all this junk. Yeah, it's a shame we don't have one of the contracts to do the hazardous flora. Let's all check. You were active all day, right? I'm not losing my mind? Yeah, always active. I'm more curious I'm not seeing any life forms at all, above, below, or otherwise. Oh, looks like this is a dead end, that's fine. Oh, right, the vertical ones aren't actually here in this place. I'm a little concerned where this is showing that this isn't actually counting as underground, because it is showing the stuff you find on the surface. Whereas when we go up here and you start seeing like the little spots of, you know, this stuff coming up, that is counting as underground. You've got some life forms up top. I just need one to pop up down here. And usually uncommon's not hard to come up with. Rare's the bad one. That's stuff we've already seen. Alright. Yeah, and like I said, those areas up there looks like they might not count. Alright. Now, what I could do is start mining some of this stuff for materials that generally are just helpful. Carbon, ferrite, that kind of stuff. Worst case, we get too much of it. We just sell it. Or even just garbage it. It doesn't matter what I do with it. We can collect a little bit while we wait. Occasionally just do a little look around. And see if we can't get that last one. Because once we get the one that's underground, it should be easy. Occasionally should also peek up. Because it will be spawning stuff above us. So if we see like the birds show up that we're missing, we can pop up there, scan for them, and come back down. Okay. I'm also trying to remember what milestones are missing. I know we're pretty far in the space combat one. Just from doing all the different story and all that kind of stuff. Okay, the flying creatures are present. Alright, that leaves us just with the uncommon underground ones. I've lost track of where... There's the hole. Yep, so one more creature and then we'll be able to catch probably around 2,500, 2,700. Give or take. Let's go towards the humming sack. Hi, wifey.
Is it like being the most handsome boy on the entire planet?
I wouldn't know.
Oh. What's it like being the most handsome boy in the entire house?
It's pretty good.
Yeah. I love you.
Love you too. Okay. Alright, so yeah, we're just basically going to be hanging out for a minute, see if we can't get the underground things to show up. Because even if it's the underground ones are like the little worm things that pop, not the big ones, it is just a matter of as I check, it just means I'd see them above us as opposed to down here. And this is what reasons why we avoid rare underground. Is this is an uncommon underground, you can get the idea that how much worse a rare underground would be. And sometimes you do get lucky, where you just hit a planet and you immediately find it. Other times it just takes a little while. Just gonna go till my weapon overheats. There you go. I'm also kind of hoping that we get... Ideally, if you get a really big cave underground where you can get farther away from the top, that works out pretty well. Because you get a really big cave system where you can get fairly deep, a lot of times the things on the surface are too far away to spawn. So it kind of really limits the creatures that can spawn to being almost exclusively the underground stuff. And usually it can be pretty good when you get that. But I've also found it's actually pretty exceptionally rare that I do find caves big enough to accommodate that. Most of the time, they're either like this one or a bit on the smaller side. Oh, come on, man. And it's not something like north side of the planet only, right? Uncommon, underground, always active. You need a bigger cave? Yeah, the problem is you have no control over that. Like, you'll find plants that just don't have bigger caves for you. Like, there's some plants that just finding a cave at all can be a problem, especially like the water planets. It'd be nice if the underground creatures would spawn. Well, the humming sacks, I want to say, are usually only underground. Oh, there's a bunch of them down there, too. Okay. We got more dangerous creatures here, and we can catch the thing. It's amazing how long those things have been bugged. Yeah, to be fair, them being bugged doesn't really hurt anything. You know, sure, you don't see the graphic of it disappearing, but There's a lot of stuff in this game that they've got, like, minor bugs here and there that you kind of just be like, well, it doesn't cause that much of an actual problem. Is it bugged? Yeah. Does it sometimes look kind of bad? Yeah, also. But does it have, like, a big implication? Not really. Alright. So we can check here. Yeah, so this one's being a little stubborn, but that's okay. We're gathering useful materials. We are scanning a bunch of stuff and getting money. All the stuff we're collecting is money. But this is the one downside where I was talking about that I prefer scanning for stuff versus doing the thing where you get, like, the mold ball things. The mold ball things usually work out better in the long run because you can very reliably kind of reload, get them to show up again. You know, get your materials and all that to get your nanites. Versus stuff like this. You'll go through a couple plants that go really fast and get really quick nanites, and then you have one like this where you just kind of lose time. You got more humming sacks down there too. So I believe you can process the pearls out of these for nanites as well, small amounts. Okay. It's another thing that I believe the underground things only spawn when you're in caves like this. So if I like just dug an area out in the bottom myself, no creatures would ever spawn in it. So unless that changed, I believe that's how it's worked historically. Now I grabbed the pearls. It's a graphic glitch. It's been in the game forever. You open the pearl, you take the pearl, but the pearl still's rendered. So we check our inventory. I've got 14 now. But it's been that way for a very long time. Like, sometimes you can actually grab the pearl out of it before you even open the sack. But yeah, so you see I'm grabbing all of these, but they all look like they're still there. Okay. Alright. We'll also make it where if I don't find this thing by the time I fill up my inventory going after these sack things, that'll be one where you just go move on. That's just 2 more stacks. Just in case you would get stuck here for a long time otherwise. Alright. There's not much in that direction. Okay, here's another relatively small cave. Okay. We're just trying to see if we can't find another cave of some kind. Occasionally looking to see if we see anything that is evidence of a cave system. You know, again, stuff like the humming sacks, that kind of thing. It's another one of those things also, as you're going through all this stuff, if you, Oh, come on, actually give me the goodies. Oh, there's 2 in one spot. You guys are going through these cave systems and all that. You can potentially find all sorts of other stuff. It's subterranean organic thing that's usually not a cave. Oh. See a humming sack up there. Could be indication of a much larger cave system down there. I do much prefer plants. It's like, it's all on the surface, and then maybe I have to go to, like, the northern part of the map or whatever. That's really close. Okay. Like I said, I don't think these are great nanites, but I believe they are worth nanites. That I can process them. Alright, inventory is full. We'll get rid of that. And that. Let's take a quick peek behind me once I picked them all up. I don't think I actually got that one. No, I did. There's more humming sacks right there. Oh wow, that's 240 down there? That's gotta be a different cave system, right? You know what? Lost track of kind of everything. Where are the sacks? There they are. This is vaguely in the direction towards the ship. There we go. And if these aren't worth nanites, at least I can sell them. Okay, and my ship is that way. Finally! No. Got him. Okay, and with that, we can go ahead and pop back here. Now there's only 1,500 nanites. Because it's based on the number of different life forms on the planet. And this one actually didn't have that many life forms. I would have paid better attention to that. I probably would have skipped it. Still, that's 1,500 nanites. It's progress. And now I've got life forms on here. I got no reason to stay. Let's get the heck out of Dodge. There's my inventory being full, which is equally a reason to get the heck out of here. Alright. check the mission radar. So limiting the hazardous flora is usually just not a bad one for me to just grab any time that there's a reward there. Because the moment we go start scanning planets, it's just one we can get. That said, it doesn't have to be on any specific planet, so you can go here, download the data. We got one last planet on the system we haven't actually given a proper peek. So you can fly out here. And go that planet. Okay. So 250 nanites for this. We can do another round. Yeah, and as we see, we have a lot of stuff in here. Okay. So let that continue to get me nanites and all that good stuff. How are we doing towards our nanites now? 25,000 or 24,000. So 1,000 more nanites, and we can choose to upgrade our multi-tool or our ship. Alright, processing the goo. Yeah, I'm just not backpack processing it. I'm processing whatever we got over there. Okay, so we got a water world. Let's check on... Do we see any land anywhere around us whatsoever? There's a tiny little spot of dirt right there. Let's take 2 seconds to pop out of here. There's another 250. And I'll just keep processing everything. So the Gravitino balls don't process. Walker brains. You do not process. I wasn't sure about that one. Those pearls is like, oh yeah, those pearls totally turn into nanites. They don't turn into nanites, they're a thing we sell apparently. That's fine. It's whatever. Right, so we do have the rusted metal, we can process that. If anything worth processing, we're processing. Okay. So it's looking like, okay, so we have 18. We have... a lot of underwater. We have a common underground. There is a ridiculous number of life forms on this planet. Okay. Yep. Oh no, we've done that plenty in the past. Like I said, I am using the ship to process as opposed to pocket processing is the only difference. Okay, so let's take a look at our list. So we got 6 of them so far. So we got... We're looking to make sure... So we got ground, 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 flying, flying, flying. There is one rare underwater, and then there's an uncommon and common underground. So I actually have a bunch there. We do have one more that shows up underwater. That's weird that... My assumption is be a deeper underwater fit. Oh, wait, never mind. That'll be your last underwater one over there, most likely. Okay, so with that, I have all of the underwater ones found. So we've got a couple of flying, a couple of ground, and a couple of underground ones. Now, needless to say, to get anywhere with the, ground ones, I'm going to need to find an actual landmass. Alright, so, do any of these specify what hemisphere I have to find them? You have all those found. Always active, Rual, whatever. Always active, always active. Yeah, so none of them have any specific place on the world, because sometimes you have some that's like only in the south, only in the north, that kind of thing. Okay. So I think that might be the last flying one. Yes, we got a rare ground. Yes, we're down to ground and underground. So what we're going to go ahead and do is go back to our ship, because I'm going to need ground and underground areas to actually find those. I'm going to go back up a little bit and see if we can't spot a landmass of some kind. It looks like we got land over there. All right. Cool. Go to you. Get the next thing chucked in here. I kind of wish things that you knew didn't process into anything wouldn't be listed here. Like, once you had tried and it's like, this turns into nothing, it just wouldn't even be available as a thing to look at. That's weird. Yes, I'm not seeing any obvious caves from here. Okay. Let's zip on over here to a larger chunk of land. They've got an objective to destroy hazardous plants. So what I might be able to do is, if we teleport the car to us, we can use the car to just ignore pretty close to all of the bad weather outside. I can't scan from the car. I can kill the hazardous flora. Got a couple creatures here and there we can scan. Okay. Let's see how we're doing on that, Oh. Maybe the hazardous plant won't count here. That's weird. It's fine. Yeah, because actually once we go to the air plant, if that's the case, I'll probably just ignore it. I wasn't expecting to have a specific plan in mind. Okay, so let's try taking the roamer, and let's just zip on over to this mountain range. Because we go the mountain range, there's a good chance I can find a cave along here somewhere, because we need that for the underground ones. We can focus on those a little bit, because they always pop out and deal with them however we want. Okay. So I'll pop up here and then we can check for stuff like humming sacks or subterranean relics or all those. Okay, so got a U up. Come on, let me scan it. There's humming sack for underground stuff. Alright, so how are we doing now? Because we just scanned a bunch. So we've got all but 2 of them scanned, and we're just missing the 2 underground ones. Yep, so let's go over to this set of humming sacks, and there's a good chance we might be able to find those down there. So one of them is a common rarity, and one of them is an uncommon. Okay. And I believe that was all of them. 4,500. Honestly, the Gravitino balls, so the Gravitino balls, you can get money from them. They're honestly not worth that much. They're pretty easy to get. You just go to a planet where they're at, you just grab them, and then just dig into the ground real fast, and you're fine. But I have generally found that it's not really that big a deal. And that's more what you expect these to be, is that, yeah, it takes you 5, 10, 15 minutes or whatever to fully scan all the stuff on a planet. Because we got really lucky on that underground where we found them right away. They were just there. Because all you do to grab these, you just go boom, boom, boom. And just hold the button. They start sending their forces to murder you. You utterly ignore them. It's fine. And then you choose to dig in the ground. And you just turn a little ways. And you're safe. Because even if they get some shots off on you, it's not that big a deal. They usually don't have enough firepower to really do a lot of damage very quick. But then you look at that, and if we check how many Gravitino balls I grabbed 14, which is actually a pretty good haul. Usually won't get quite that many. Let's give a moment for the Sentinels to lose us, because they, even when they don't know where you are, they kind of track towards you. Alright. Okay. But yeah, I want to say those will sell for probably a good couple 100,000 for the whole stack. Yeah, let's grab the weird underwater save point. Okay. Like, genuinely, I found money wasn't that big of a problem. It was the nanites that were my big limiter. Because, like, the money you can use to, like, buy extra slots for stuff or whatever. But, all in all, you can get those through quests and a lot of other means. And so early on, it's worth it to just buy the slot because they're cheap. But very quickly, they go up in price to a point where you're like, okay, I could sit here and grind money for a while. Or I could just go to the space station, grab some mission to murder some animals, and then suddenly I just have the thing. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go to our freighter. We have kind of explored the system. We can upload our data. I've got our 29,000. But what we'll do is we'll jump from this system to the next system. I'll hop out, go to the station, buy any expansion things we can get from there, turn in any quests we've got, grab any quests worth grabbing, you know, start the process over. And I found these to be a very useful way of tackling it. Alright, so I was honestly not too enthused by how that one went. Okay. Looking for more materials to process. That's not enough to do anything. Here we go. That'll be in our 250. And then the other thing to check would be in our log. The building's still being constructed, and we have visitor has arrived. So I think we're just gonna get, oh, that's the entrance right there. I think we're gonna get ourselves into kind of a flow of like how we're going to approach a bunch of this in just that for all this, we'll go to a new system. We'll go through the process. I need to use this one. We'll go through the process of like doing our, you know, system maintenance, that kind of thing. Doing our trade, all of that stuff. Then once we got that done, we can do the next thing. Alright. So there's not another thing I want to do yet right here. So let's go to the warp map. Wish I had a better way of seeing. That's fine. But jumping primarily to purple stars. I don't really need to do that for any reason. I guess I'm just gonna work on the local neighborhood. Not really care what type of star I'm jumping to, just jump to star, and just like keep checking out the surrounding area. Okay. So with this, like I said, we're going to go through a quick process here. Let's go to our Corvette. Go to the space station. The next thing going there. And now's when I finally have to actually make the decision if I'm upgrading my multi-tool or the Corvette itself first. Because it's going to gobble up most of my nanites to do that. And I do think it's going to be like, get one to B, get the other to B, get one to A, get the other to A, that kind of thing. And no matter which way it goes, both of them have like really strong reasons for them. And both are very limiting on me right now. Okay. Alright. So, let's check first on the missions. Let's see. We can get Gex standing for catching uncommon fish. I'm going to grab that. I don't know when we're going to do it, but I do need Gex standing. The Merchants Guild were maxed out, so I'm not going to worry about that. The Explorers Guild were maxed out. I'm not going to worry about that. Kill 10 or 11 random creatures. I do need rank in Mercenary Guild, so we're going to grab that. Raid a Planetary Harvester. I'll do that too. Oh, I don't have the rank. Never mind. We can also then go from there up here real fast. Because then I can buy myself another inventory slot. Cool. And we have all the things we can put there, so we can get the aeronation membrane, which does allow us to stay underwater longer. I just need more oxygen, which I believe we can actually grab anytime now. Yeah, so you see, like, I have all these things we can go through. An oxygen rerouter also helps with that. So very genuinely got tons of things we can install. Any more arm plates? Yeah, no, that was, I had one of my settlements doing that. We gradually, slowly chip through those, which is why I'm not too fussed by it. I'm going to go over here real quick. You are the Merchants Guild, so I got no reason to donate here. Also grab the free expansion there. And all these things are there. That's free as well, so I'll take that. Because I like free. I have no idea what that became. But that's fine, I guess. It's a living pearl. That's honestly a little underwhelming. Now I can pop over here. Let's dump some of these things like the Gravitino balls and all that we collected. So first, buying wise, is there anything I want? Not really. Selling. So we can get rid of the Gek relics. That's fine. The storm crystals, sometimes they will ask for, which is part of why I'm just holding on to them. And we can go into here. I don't need launch fuel. We'll get that out of here. Sell the Forsaken Papers. Sometimes the Mercenaries Guild will ask for the quad servo. Yeah, so the entire stack of Gravitino balls, both the ones I already had and the additional ones, still doesn't even make a million. They're good money. Like, they're not bad. You can go to planets where you can find tons of them. And they actually will do relatively okay. I'm going to take the 79 to clear up an inventory spot. Yeah, versus those pearls were 500,000. So you can collect stuff like that, and it's not bad money. But genuinely speaking, it's typically not worth it for... I can't remember what the gamma roots you use those for. There's definitely stuff you can make with gamma root that can be pretty lucrative. But I, for the life of me, don't remember what those things were. Okay, so we cleared out some inventory there. We got all that sorted. Alright, I'm thinking I'm going to go for the ship first. So, upgrade Starship. And we can upgrade class. Alright, and with that, our Corvette is now a B class. Upgrade Starship. And we can apply augmentation. Did I have my other ones on the freighter by chance? Or did I... I may have been parting with those for other stuff. Yeah, so with this, I can start putting proper work into getting things improved. And then you have upgrades for my ship that are just sitting there. Alright, now I got a bunch of that stuff, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and hop through here. We do see that one of my settlements needed my attention. So we're going to warp over there and deal with that really fast. And then we can jump back over to my freighter. Because I forgot I had the augmentation and everything. I was going to remember how to actually do it. Come on. Okay, greet settlement visitor. A stranger named Planetary Specialist Unu asked to do business with the Overseer. They come in the spirit of free trade. They present plans for a quantum trading floor and name their price. Ads feature quantum trading floor, and it puts a tiny bit of debt on there. Yep. Alright, so view our status. So I got a little bit of debt sitting here because of that, which is fine. We have our productivity and all that. So what did the quantum trading floor do? Increases productivity. Yeah, still only considered a B tier settlement, which is fine. And I just realized you've been going for like 3 hours, so the thing we were building should be done by now, or right about to finish. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then you upgrade unavailable. Other site requires attention. All right. We can go ahead and that building. 10 carbon nanotubes to the next stage. Means I need a lot of carbon. Okay, you go into ferrite dust, it's not very helpful. CBkin carbon. We got too much gamma root. Yeah, remember this plant's like really good for carbon too. Because I had this one as one of the places I had a main base on was like really good for ferrite. Just kind of jump between them, between what I need. Okay, so with that we can go ahead and yoink the carbon out of that. Put you away. I think I need 10 of these. Oh, I still have more pearls that I missed. It's fine. Okay. Because then we'll continue to get our cantina built and upgraded and all that. Because kind of the cool thing about the whole settlement building thing is it is like a slow burn upgrade thing. And it doesn't seem like it ever really ends. I imagine eventually you stop building new buildings on your place, but you still just keep having visitors and all that, and just occasionally dealing with whatever needs dealing with. So it's not a thing you have to like babysit it, but it's the thing that you work on it gradually here and there. Okay. So you supply the nanotubes, and then that'll be an hour before it's done. Okay, and with that, we are done with this settlement for right now. You've played for years, you still haven't built a settlement. This is honestly the first run I've actually put proper time into the settlements. Like, I did like the first tiny little bit, but it was always I was chasing something else. But because this playthrough where we're doing this permadeath, I was like, I will do everything in this playthrough. We did stop and go like, no, you know what? I have not done the settlement. Let's get this done. Alright, so you're set there. Okay, so let's be quick because there's a hostile planet as far as the drones go. Okay, would you back off? There you go. That's the one I need to be working on. But yeah, it's kind of you just bring materials, you build the building, you go occasionally upgrade. Permadeath? Yep. 2 quantum computers. Okay, so for quantum computer... Where are you at? So remember, these aren't too terrible. So quantum computer, so I need 1 antimatter, 2 antimatter, then quantum computer, quantum computer. Alright, supply that. So that'll be 2 hours before we do the next stage there. It very much also makes you really want to make sure you're having, that's not what I'm looking for. You really want to make sure you have, like, your freighter or whatever. I think this is my main building. That way you can just jump between the teleporters, that kind of thing. Alright, so we're also going to go to the Bluegrass Hills base. I'm not going to be grabbing all, like, the crop so much. That's not really the thing. What I want to do... I didn't need to go to this one. There's, by this base, I have an area where I'm producing a ridiculous amount of oxygen and pyrite off of mining stuff and extraction stuff. So when I go over there, collect those minerals, just because we burned through a lot of oxygen doing some of our stuff here. Okay. Yeah. I remember, I got stuck in that crack all the time. Interesting that the drop pod icon there, that far away. Okay. Okay, so like I said, I've got the sodium here, and then the oxygen. So the oxygen, just gonna grab all of it. Same for the sodium. Now we head back. And that's kind of my, I don't feel like putting effort into my survival. We just, when we get low, we just come back to our home planet here. I take 2 seconds and grab that, because the oxygen can be oxygen, it can be turned into carbon if I need it to be carbon. There's lots of other good stuff we can do with the oxygen. The pirate's kind of the same deal, except for it's like for your resistance stuff. So we can go ahead and do that. And burn an ion battery on that. Same here. Recharge that. Recharge that. And that. 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 Okay, everything's topped off. And then we can go back here and hop right back into our freighter. And our freighters that are like forward positioned. It also lets me take some of my extra junk and kick it over to different ships and all that. Some things I should double check is we have our freighter. I might be able to upgrade some stuff here that's been sitting. Because I don't remember where we left off with any of this. Yeah, so I can make the purple stars we can go to. And that's Corzonite, Melatidium, and Crystallized Heart. I don't remember where we get the Crystallized Heart from. But that'll be good. And that's everything we have here. We do have the upgraded warp drive here. So I can move you down there. Put you here. And that gets our warp drive upgraded again. Let's see. Find a crystallized heart. Seek this. Harvest a crystallized heart from the remains of Sentinel quads. Okay. So basically, B, go to one of the Sentinel planets. That's the corrupted Sentinels. And all that stuff. Oh yeah, no, I've seen a couple creators do that kind of thing, Lardine. Lardine talking about people doing like Doki Doki Literature Club, but you know, from the aspect of a therapist, which, you know, the end result of a lot of that is like, okay, you know, there's some of this stuff that it does a pretty good job of depicting, and that's like, okay, some of the stuff is like a very, very extreme characterization of this that isn't really an accurate thing of how any of that plays out, which is fine. Like, I very much like Doki Doki Literature Club, but there's some things it depicts as like, nah, not really what people who have that condition do. Oh, thank you, Lardine, because I have a lot of keys for games to give away that we've been sitting on that I keep trying to give away and keep forgetting to actually do it. So bear with me for 2 seconds. I'm going to pull that up really fast. And the first key, which I'm going to go ahead and get the get this going, will be for the new Anno 117, and its 1-year pass on Ubisoft Connect. So not the Steam version, the Ubisoft Connect version. So it's the same game, but like the key will not work on Steam. So if you want to get a chance to get the new Anno, Anno 117 Pax Romana, you just got to go ahead and do the whole ! Join. I'm just getting to the key now because that one was by email. There it is. We'll go and leave that up for a good couple of minutes for y'all to do that. But yeah, like I said, the big catch there is it is the Ubisoft Connect version, not the Steam version. It will not work on Steam. Like, you can play with people who have the Steam version, and if you decide to get the Steam version later, your progress will carry over. But, just making it clear, if you're trying to drop into Steam, it's going to do a whole lot of absolutely nothing. We're trying to see the next thing we want to process here. Yeah, Gamma Root doesn't process. Those would become chromatic metal. Morbite would become that. This becomes chromatic metal. Sodium. We can make oxygen to carbon if I need. With that scary way. Yeah, no, but thank you so much for the reminder, because very genuinely, that's something I've been trying to get done. And it'll be like at the beginning of the stream, it's like, don't let me forget, I need to do this giveaway. Don't let me forget, I'll need to do this giveaway. And they'll start streaming like, yeah, we're gonna do this today. And then just, you get into doing whatever in the game, and then you're wrapping up for stream, you're like, crap, I forgot to do it. Because those keys don't do me any good. Just sitting in my, inbox or equivalent, depending on which key it is. But yeah, so let's say we'll keep that going for... It's weird that, like, the thing here is not making noise, but we do have in-game sound. Yeah, so my timer here says 55 after. So I'll let that run till, the time is said and done kind of thing. Sorry, so it's like 55 after. So like when we hit the hour, I'll, finish the giveaway. We'll draw a name, and the only thing you have to do is be like, yes, I want it. You don't have to, like, you don't have to be subscribed, you don't have to follow, you don't have to do anything like, you just have to be like, yes, I want it. And the only reason I do that is we genuinely have had where I've given keys away, and then I gave the person the key and they're like, oh, I don't actually want this. And you're like, come on, man. So we could get the Nip Nip Buds, which are contraband. Oh, killing the Sentinels? I can do that. That'll be for some Quicksilver. You don't want the reward, you want the thrill of winning. Okay, so let's start going through the planets in the system. Because again, we're here for nanites and to do the occasional, like, actual mission. We do have missions both for murdering a lot of sentinels as well as murdering a lot of animals. Because we like money. And when people offer us money for violence, it's just what happens. Okay. Which, for the record, when I did the new new Anno, I did enjoy it as someone who was my very first Anno. I did kind of look at it and say there's things it does extremely well, and there's also things that, it feels like are kind of bolted on the side of the game. I wouldn't say any of them were bad, because, like, if there's something you just don't enjoy, you can just turn it off, kind of thing. But it's more like the production line kind of stuff. That I felt they did an extremely good job of a lot of that. But then when it came to like the combat, it was like, it was fine. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It was fine. Like, it wasn't unhappy with it. But it was very much one of those things where like, okay, but I guess I just kind of want to build the city. There's not enough in this combat to keep the combat in itself super exciting for me. Alright, so I'm gonna go and try and look for any type of base or anything worthwhile we can go here. Oh, let's also check for the... I haven't landed, so I can't really see what's up. I need to remember to use my freighter's discoverability thing. I also need to actually remember with the freighter to use the thing where it scans all the planets in the system, so I can get like the base information out of them. Okay, so 2 more minutes on that. That's a giveaway for Anno, the Ubisoft Connect version, and its year 1 pass thing, whatever it is. The thing that'll get you the DLC for like the first year or whatever. But it's a Ubisoft Connect version, not the Steam version. All the other keys I have to give away are stuff that is Steam version stuff. Okay, so we got 2 buildings right over here. You came here cold right into the Sentinel killing spree. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna be killing Sentinels and animals. Alright, well. And we're also, I didn't mean to land, but it's fine. We're on the ground. It doesn't hurt anything. It just wastes a little fuel. It's just a trade hub. Still, we could tag this. It discovers the planet for us. Okay, so how many creatures are on the planet? There's 8. We have 2 rare undergrounders on this one. There's a good chance we don't bother with that. With that said, there was another building really close by that should be in scan range. And yet I do not see it. Quit flying higher above me where it's harder for me to aim that high. Where are you going? Alright, fine. I'll ignore you then. Oh! I didn't even pay attention. This is one of the planets that has the crystals on it. Yeah, those Sentinels sometimes get real buggy on these planets. Okay, so with that said, we do want to kill local wildlife. And it's what? Ground, 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 2 flying and 2 underground. I'm also not seeing any examples. Oh, we're running a thing again where it's not actually giving me the highlight on the animals. Like, I could stare right at it, and it's not giving me that. Let's change our objective and see if that might be what the problem is and why that happens. Because I ran into that a couple minutes ago, too. Also, I'm sorry. It must be done. Yeah, that's a regular Sentinel. That's not a corrupted Sentinel. Yeah, some's buggy about this. Let's go hit the save point down here. And then after we hit the save point, we're gonna do a quick mode reload. Because we are dealing with something where, like, I'm not getting the targeting on the, Oh, it's not gonna remember our position because the Sentinel thing is considered a multiplayer objective. I really dislike that the computer, when I'm playing on solo, still considers it a multiplayer objective. Alright, so with that said, let me go ahead and hop on our ship for 2 seconds. Let me get this giveaway done, because we're already over the time I said I would do it. And we'll get that giveaway done. And I'll wait a little while, and then we'll get the next one going. So, for the first giveaway, which is for Anno 117 Pax Robana and its Year 1 Pass, the name drawn is Beset. So, Beset, if you would like that, just say something in chat. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pull it up so I can DM on Twitch. You might get noise here for a second. I do apologize that happens. Also, I get to where I can actually DM people. There we go. But just gotta let me know that you actually want it, and I will get those keys for you. There's 2 of them. There's one for the game itself, and then a separate one for the Year 1 Pass. Not your type of game? Okay, so then you don't want it. Alright, well then we're gonna go ahead and do another drawing. Yeah, if you don't want it, please don't enter. And if you don't know what's going on, I understand I really should do like the giveaway command instead of the join. The giveaway command is more of a nuisance. You don't get the choice, Luxray. It is the Ubisoft version. That is the only version. This is entering for the Ubisoft version. That's the one I was given a key for. I'm not buying this. This is Ubisoft gave me extra keys to give out. So this is for the Ubisoft version, the Ubisoft Connect version, not the Steam version. All the other games are for, like, later on, are Steam games. They are not Anno. It's Farm Sim is the other ones I have to give out. This is the one and only key I have for Anno. So we're going to go ahead and do the drawing. And that's Conrite. So Conrite, just let me know that you want Anno and its Year 1 Pass on Ubisoft Connect, and I'll get you. Yeah, like it's not... You just got to let me know that you want it, and yeah. Cool. All right, let me get 2 seconds, because that's honestly the first key I want to get away, because it's in my email and not someplace else it's easy to look up. So let me go ahead and get you this. So Whisper, and Anno 117. No, you're good. I'm just basically saying, you know, like, hey, it actually does complicate it for me when people enter stuff and they don't actually want the thing, because then I have to do the drawing, wait for a response, have the response be I don't want it, and then do another drawing, and it can be a whole thing. So Year 1 Pass. Okay, make sure I got the right person. There's the second key, there's the first key, and that should be everything for you. And like I said, that's the Ubisoft Connect version. So you won't use that through Steam. You'll go to Ubisoft Connect's stuff. And I'll get that all sorted. But yeah, like, no need to apologize. It is a thing I do know. I recycle that command. The join command, I use it for both. Yeah, the Connect formerly Uplay, yeah. So the problem is, I can't reload without abandoning my thing here. And we got a bug where I can't scan for the animals. They're present, but I don't see the red or green dots to like actually see them on the radar kind of thing. So it makes them really hard to find. And then we also have a bug where the sentinels are just floating up in the air and not fighting me. So I can manage to get like 1 kill, and then they drift off into the heavens. But like I said, it is an unfortunate thing that I'm probably just gonna have to abandon the Sentinel quest, which sucks because it's a Quicksilver. Well, let's go to the next planet. We already are kind of like, hey, this planet's got multiple rare underground ones. Those can just be a thing that don't show up for long periods. We'll go to the next planet, see if anything stops being buggy with that. I'm still... Yep. Yeah, nah, but like I said, it's a big thing, like, my only ask is, you know, don't enter unless you actually want something. Oh, I can go ahead and, close the queue for now. And then what I'll do is, like, maybe in an hour, I'll keep opening the queue. So, the rest of the keys I have to give out are pretty much Farming Simulator 25 of some variety. Then I got a ton of keys for the base game, and a ton of keys for, like, DLC to go with it. And so I'm going to kind of try and do is I'll start with the base game with the Year 1 pass, which I have 2 copies of. And I'm just going to kind of go down the line, starting with kind of like the big all-encompassing ones. Just because I don't want to be like, hey, here's the base game in the next pack. And then the next one is like the Year 1 pass. So the person who got the next pass, like, well, I want the Year 1 pass, and then re-enters. You know, I'll start with the one that contains the most and then like bring it back from there. Because I think that'll be the best way to avoid having... Like, pretty much by the time you start getting the ones that are a little bit less stuff, the ones that are more stuff are already gone. When you joined the... Yeah, no, I gotcha. You just saw that there was a giveaway and you joined and you're like, wait a second. Yep. Yeah, and for the record, with the farming sim stuff, if there is, like, you want the DLC... but you don't, like, but you already have the base game, that's fine. Enter when that happens, and just let me know you don't want the base game, that you want the DLC. Like, just the DLC. Because then I'll just give away the base game to the next person kind of thing. That's totally fine. So we got that. So you need carbon nanotubes and antimatter housing to get inventory space. Boom, and... more inventory. But yeah, we'll do that. Like I said, it'll be about an hour. What I'll do is I'll each time around like 50-ish minutes from the hour or whatever, I'll start the drawing and I will do the next one on the hour. Oh hey, it's one of the camps. Let's see. If I present you a gift, do I get standings? Very little. Yeah, so it does give standings. That's fine. So we're gonna bribe our way to having reputation. Each piece of the autophage has been gathered at great cost and painstakingly assembled. The journey is not an easy one. Have a tiny little bit of resources? This is a welcome gift. I thank you. I feel you. We all have suffered of erasure, but we do not does not a shell. Hello, pre-built. Practice language. Await your question. Request a new word. They're prepared for this request, and they offer a choice. Autophage. So, what would you have me do if I offer assistance? You'll give me 2 autophage words. You want me to collect chromatic metal. That's fine. Is that you see through my... There's your gift. Gift? Thank you, pre-built. That was... Are not many autophage, but we are coming. Many echoes are in. Yeah, so this is one of the groups I don't have my reputation maxed out with, so I'm trying to very quickly get this stuff going. Will I pause softly of the contract? I consider my words. Request a new word. Alright, they're pleased to share their language. I'd like to know a word about travel. So discover. And I'm willing to bet, I can't remember, I think you can only do 1 with them at a time. Collect uranium. That's fine. Practice language. New word. And we'll get another autophage word. Heartbeat. And then we'll offer assistance. Collect rusted metal. Okay, so we can turn that in. I happen to already have rusted metal. Here's your rusted metal. So I learned the word for. I believe I already had chromatic metal as well. So there's your chromatic metal. They learned the word and. Yeah, so uranium, we need to destroy sentinels and kill creatures. All right, let's hit the save spot here and do a mode reload. Like I said, the reason we're doing this is just the unfortunate reality that we've already gained another rank with the autophage, or 2. I don't actually know. So go ahead and do that. Because what I'm gonna do really fast is mode reload this, because I can't see where the creatures are, and that makes scanning for and killing them really obnoxious. Unless you get lucky and there's just a ton of them on the land. Alright, we're not taking literally any missions off of the computer in the ship. Because like I've said in the past, those missions effectively put you into multiplayer, even if you're not multiplayer. And that's the reason I'm not where I was. So I didn't lose progress, but it doesn't remember your location. And I find that utterly obnoxious. I do greatly dislike when a game does have that whole like really trying to leverage and force you into multiplayer whether or not you want it. Okay, so you do have uranium on your surface. What it's trying to do is actually mark that planet as being the one we want to go to. It's fine. So it is the moon of one of the other planets, so it's not that one. Check this one up here. I think that's the one. Yeah, it'll be the moon behind that planet. Nah, I don't care about this. You can pop it, get like a little bit of gold or whatever, and then you get attacked by like 2 ships. How are we at our combat? I think our combat rank was maxed out if I remember correctly. Yeah, so like all the things like knowing the words. Okay, alien encounters I'm technically not maxed out. I need to just talk to more aliens, I guess. Which is something that's kind of amusing in its own right. Okay, so we get up out of our seat for a minute. It's fine. Let's leave that alone. I'm drifting off into the nothingness of space. Okay, so that moon should be what I'm looking for. Yep. So the downside is I'm going to land, I'm going to do these objectives, and then have to figure out where that base was again, which it'll mark it when I get it, which is fine. That's fine. But at least this time I should be able to actually check to see what the creature situation is on the planet. Okay, and I need to stop landing. And there is a cave right nearby if there's underground creatures. So let's see. Discovery-wise, there's 7 creatures on here. We don't have any underground creatures listed at all. And none are specific to any part of the map. We do have one that is only during, like, dusk and dawn kind of thing. But that won't be bad. Oh, right. I don't need to actually be killing these. The killing them was the quote-unquote multiplayer mission. That, because I had to relog to fix stuff, got dropped. Okay, so as soon as that's done, we'll go back up, pick up the junk. It was entirely down for fighting sentinels, but like I said, whenever you get those off the mission board, it makes it a multiplayer instance so far as how it handles things, which means it won't save your location if you move around, and there's like a bunch of other nonsense that comes with that. All of which is super annoying to me. Like, you totally get it if you are, in fact, playing multiplayer. Because the reason they do it when you are doing multiplayer is that way, if I have friends on one side of the universe and I'm doing stuff on the other side of the universe, I can play with them, but I can still circle back to where I am operating without being really hard to remember, oh, this is the system I was in, that kind of thing. So it, better enables that. Alright, so I'm missing one rare ground creature that's always active. Oh, also, before I forget, hey, ground creatures, I am going to need you to die, or I have been paid for your murder. There you are. And that'd be our last creature. And so now I just got stuff to kill. Okay. That's a corpse of one. Alright, so I only gotta kill 3 more. And that should do it. Okay, and we can go here. There's almost 2,000 nanites immediately. We need to find uranium. Let's see. Silver, silver, copper, 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 silver. It mentioned uranium's on this planet. There we go, uranium. Also, before we... Well, actually... Good morning, Randall Thor. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. It's so nice of you to always go above and beyond like that. And also, having done that for 47 months, that's coming up on 4 years, man. There's no way it's really been 4 years. I'm gonna need someone to reassess that. But thank you again so much. It means a heck of a lot. And Randall Thor gifting 3 months of tier 1 sub to Conrite. So Conrite, you now have yourself some nice access to advertisement-free viewing as well as the emotes for 3 whole months. So thank you so much for that. It's ridiculous, man. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so we've got the uranium over there. The other thing I was gonna check. Alright, so there is a power hotspot. But let's get the uranium to satisfy the objective. And thank you, Burning Sun, for the tier 1 sub, kicking off a hype train and all that good stuff. And all that, which again, you know, thank you so much for all that support. But yeah, also there for 46 months, another person coming up very quickly onto 4 straight years of being subbed to the channel. So thank you again so much for all that support. Like, it's one thing all people showing the love and all that. And thank you, Lilypad, for the tier 1 sub, giving out to the channel. It means like a lot. What it's saying is it means a whole lot, one, that, you know, like, people enjoy the content all that enough to be like, yeah, I'm gonna sub. But, like, the fact that people have, like, literally been subbing the channel for 4 years means a whole heck of a lot. And it's not like, you know, someone turned on the sub and then just straight up forgot. You know, people hanging out here, re-upping it, doing their announcements, all that kind of stuff. That's like, you know, this person just keeps coming back and all that. It says a lot. It, like, it's very validating. Hey, Server Lord, thanks so much for that. Like that, you know, it's like, clearly I gotta be doing something right. That people feel like, you know, it's worth it for them to support this for that long. So, you know, again, thank you. Means a hell of a lot. It's also weird every time it's like, oh yeah, we're coming up on 4 years, and you're like, has it really been 4 years? There's no way that's true. Alright, let's, so let's keep mining from down here, so at least I'm not wasting the uranium I'm mining to endure the radiation. Alright. It's also those things that, like, I know platform-wise subs just in general are down, which is one of the reasons why there's a lot of content creators. I'm not gonna say they're doom and gloom about things, but you know, there's a lot of people who they've been able to do this full time that, with various things like economics being tougher, not, you know, more people being out of work, all that kind of stuff, that genuinely people have very good reasons to not be as, you know, subbing as much. They can't afford it. It's more difficult. They're doing other things, that kind of thing. And like for that support with all that going on, it's one of those things that's like, it's really easy And thank you, Randall Thor, so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Again, means a whole heck of a lot. But the thing is, like, I really do appreciate that. Like, it's easy as a content creator to look at, like, sub counts and be like, you know, what am I doing wrong? What's going on? Like, how am I failing? Yada yada. Like, there's a lot of, again, not doom and gloom. I don't want to say it like that. There's a lot of people who are, like, stressing out, trying to figure out what to do about it. And so, like, when you have those people who stick around for all this time, it's, again, it really helps. Like, not even strictly, like, from the, you know, obviously helping pay the bills side. There's that side of it. But it helps where it's like, right, but, you know, there are definitely people who see value. You just understand times are tough. And unfortunately, one reality that comes up is when times are tough, entertainment is one of the very first people, you know, places people start cutting back. With good reason. You know, food, water, shelter, you can't do without. Entertainment, well, long term, I'd argue you can't do without having, you know, without being, like, just burning yourself out. But you can find cheaper alternatives. So it is, you know, again, the fact with all that, people, again, see value in putting money there. Okay, so we did fill up our inventory right at the end there. Okay. So with that, let's change our objective. Where is my ship? There it is. It's a big teddy bear. What that thing is. Just a big old teddy bear. Well, we got a whole lot of sodium. I believe you were gifted, oh no, you're good. You already got it. I was like, oh yeah, you got gifted a sub kind of thing. Oh, is that a La Boo Boo? Oh, I have no idea what it is. In the game, it's just, you know, the putting the parts together of creatures thing. It happened to make a creature that looked like a giant teddy bear just by happenstance. Ow. Okay. We can go up to this machine. And we can put more stuff in here. Because your best so far is the Sentinel Spiky Ball. There's been some fun ones we've seen over the time. Let's see here. We keep the uranium for now. Could have sworn there was more platinum in here. Got lots of sodium. Oh, here, we could put that in there. Let me guess, like the other side of the planet. Yeah, and we'll turn this in. At this point, we'll have done 3 missions for the autophage. And we will have discovered all the creatures on this planet. Ass. I was hoping I could get it to where we would boost around. Okay. And one thing I ought to also consider is maybe yoinking a bunch of the equipment off our current freighter. That way I can potentially shop around for other freighters. Alright, and thank you so much for the level 4 hype train at 0% with 7 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. And some of those were like just straight up subs as well. But we had a couple, like we had a tier 3 and all that in there. You know, and whatnot, and all of that, like, again, helps incredibly. Got to turn this in. But thank you so much for that support. Again, it means a lot. I couldn't do this without all the support everyone's showing us. So thank you. We learned the word for what? Very important word. Yeah, same thing about catching uncommon fish. Construct the building, manage your settlement, that's fine. Okay. So with that, we're basically done with those missions. And that's a whole extra rank with the autophage because we did those 3 missions, so that's good news. Okay, we're not going to worry about grabbing the next set of, like, missions. Because what I'm going to end up doing is just working our way through the planets. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to check is with the freighter themselves. Not that one. I want to keep the eye out for an S-class. Like I said, one of the things I'm thinking around this, let's actually... Yeah, you won't worry about this one. But one of the things we ought to do is, because I believe you can just go up to any freighter you see and be like, I would like to trade for your freighter, and then you just have to pay out of pocket for whatever the, you know, the price difference is seen as. It's almost those things that, like, I want to take the time to yoink the systems from our freighter. I believe the entire upper area where you build in your rooms, that will get teleported over to your new freighter when you build it, or when you buy it. But I believe all your systems and your cargo gets abandoned. Will that be a whole thing? Okay, happy to stop. Yeah, so they're trading. Oh, they need repair, have a metal plating. Yeah, so they just wanted that. Alright, so the life form's eyes widen with gratitude. They give me what I can to spare me before departing to repair their ship. So they gave me 2 Gex standing. They gave me 85 nanites. Honestly, the 2 Gex standing is pretty good. Because we check on this, we are getting pretty good. So the Gek, we're up to most favored. Yeah, and we have a whole bunch of different stuff we can do here. Let's see. The upgrades you can move over if you put them in your inventory. Yeah. No, it's just one of those things. Is like, I would need to go before I buy the other freighter. I need to go to my first freighter, yoink all the systems, put them in like my pocket kind of thing, and then go to the new freighter, you buy it, and then you put them all there. So it's just a matter of like inventorying the stuff before I find the S-class one. Which is a little tricky since I am using it as like my forward base kind of thing. I don't really have an amazing way of dealing with that. So it looks like we got both water and land on this one. So I choose to land somewhere where we're like kind of near the water areas. Oh, we got a building over there. Like I said, we have like underground rare. Then we just leave. Yeah. Either way, like what type of storage it goes into, that's not really kind of what I'm trying to discuss or whatever. It's just you put them into storage. Alright. Do that. That's not really where I meant to put it. Where is my storage in here? It's over here. Drop the meat in there. Honestly, the anomalous scaffold, the memories we could chuck over there. Those are for like big story quest kind of things. Have another Gravitino ball and all that in there. There's a bunch of useful stuff in there. I think part of it is I have too much of a lot of materials in there. Oh, were any of these are things in here I needed? That's a relic for the ancient civilization. Like, for right now, I don't need this many of a lot of these things. I'm just going pretty hard greed-wise on it. There's a couple more nanites. I'm also not really out here collecting materials. Okay. Okay, so I need a nanotube housing. And you. And that's more inventory space, and I'm focusing right now on our systems, because that's a place we can do stuff. That's also a thing to check. Okay. So we get ourselves the sulfite crystals, we can do that. I don't care about this. We can get the translators, which are useful. I don't really want to deal with that. Nutrient Jester, I'm not worried about. Right, so we get ourselves a bunch of individual resistance modules. We can improve our breathing efficiency underwater. Airborne recharging enabled. Yeah, I just have a ton of these things that I need to be adding. I believe I have the convergence cubes on the freighter, because those things, like, we'll just translate words by talking to people. Alright, so we can start down here. We have the membrane here, which makes it so we can spend more time underwater. Because once I install that, you can't install another one of that. And we can go over here to... I'm pretty sure it has its own thing that doesn't mix with other stuff. Yeah, it's its own thing, as I recall. We can go here. And that requires more materials than I have. We have the Air Burst, which is like limited jetpack recharging while airborne, which has a lot of utility. Okay, and we would have gone to go up here. Alright, so we can go move you over, move you over, move you down, move you up. They're all linked. I'll move you over. So that one can go there when I have the materials. We also have the water jet efficiency, which makes it so when we're jetting in the water, it's better. So we can go and plunk that in. Cool. And then we're out of spaces. So that burns some materials and all that. We also have... Oh, we already used our ship's extra spot. Okay, yeah, that'll be another thing to go there. We could toss some stuff over here. And that'll help with our inventory woes a little bit. So for right now, let's chuck some of this over. I've got lots of spares of these. Yeah, so I got 2 stacks of the sodium. I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna toss like 3 stacks of that over. We can toss these over. We can toss over the antimatter. The wire emblems I won't typically need on my person. The glass I don't need on my person. The lightning crystals I don't need on my person. I don't need on my person. Okay. There, so we consolidate some inventory. Cool. Alright, so with that done... I was not expecting the autophage here, but sure. Okay, so what do we got? As a construct stares at me, I'm aware of my status here as an intruder in an organic life beneath an Atlantean veil, and I have drawn across the autophage. Alright, so here's some stuff for some rep. You were different. Many thanks for this. I will tell you a disruptor. Atlantean gives us. Okay. And the contract stares at me. Yeah, so it's still the intruder thing. I will practice the language. And I will request a new word. Without hesitation, passionate about their language, return construct Fuffin presents all the symbols. Alright. Autophage, so we learn the word synthetic. And then offer assistance. You would want me to kill sentinels. Cool. Alright, so we cannot give him a radiant shard, for I do not have one. And we can ask a new word. And we'll learn a trade word. So we learn the word sell. You could offer assistance. And that's chromatic metal they want. And we can immediately talk to you again. There you go. And I cannot take another mission from you. Okay. I got you over here. And this will also be meeting a bunch of people that'll help with our objectives. I did not expect you to, pre-built entity. Hello. Alright, there's more of the material for standings. And then we'll get ourselves more words. Because I'm just trying to boost our reputation. Because we're trying to do, like, all the things. And if I can get my standings maxed out, that's another thing off the book. Alright, and you want me to get chromatic metal. Okay, so I'm at the point where I actually do need to get more chromatic metal for them. Which isn't too bad. I can just go in here. We've got a bunch of these different materials. Honestly, with as much gold as I have... Oh, gold becomes pyrite. Ooh, we don't want to do that. We can go in here. We got a bunch of cadmium. I don't need that much. So when that's done, we'll have everything we need for that. Arcadium, whatever. They have the autophage synthesis terminal. So we can use our motes to buy stuff here. So salvage upgrade for your exosuit. And they have like a bunch of appearance things. You can change the way your staff looks. Which I'm fine with my staff being what it is. You can change your aesthetic to look like the constructs as well. I want to say these pre-built modules are really good. The settlement charts are also really good. So that very well might be something we do, is we just save up for the settlement charts to just expand the number of settlements. I think there's a cap on how many you can have. I believe people said it was something like 5. Okay, and meanwhile, we have not checked. So the creatures on this planet. We do have... So there's no underground. There are 2 underwater ones. And then there's a couple flying. And there's none that specifically say, like, north, south, or anything like that. Hi.
Hi. Did you know you're the best hubby I ever married?
Yeah, but I'm also the worst hubby you ever married.
Yeah.
Ooh, cadmium's not actually worth that much of the metal. Yeah, so let's remember that in the future that cadmium's pretty crap from the metal standpoint. We got tons of different materials on there. Yeah, right, she is. Yep, we're both right. That's what's happened when you use a comparative when there's only one person involved. You know, saying they're the best, worst, anywhere in between are all correct. Alright, so I'm quickly trying to get the refined chromatic metal done. Then we can turn that in. And then we have to fight sentinels. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's some sentinels over there. See what that's about. Oh, that's probably because I'm near the water. Okay, we can go to you. There's another 250. Drop that in the bag. Alright. Okay, so we can go to you. And turn that in. We learned the word save. And go to our log now. And switch that over. I'm not sure if I actually tagged that or not. I did not. Like I was going to use universal qualifier. When it said is empty, all participants were successful. This is true if there were 0 participants. Yes. Yep. Okay, so we can go to here, stop doing this, tuck that all back into our storage. Alright, so now let's get back to actually discovering the creatures here. So that's on the other side. So I'm really curious about this creature that seems to be underground or underwater there. They got tons of stuff there. I'm betting it's just there's water down there. Okay. Only 50 away. Use a biggin. Huh. We didn't have any creatures marked as underground. We can clear it inside a cave, but it's not counting it as inside a cave. Well, those situations. Alright. You found water, Grah. Oh, the Vakeen. So get back up to the surface so you can keep scanning things. Alright. So we got 3 left, and they are 2 underwater, 1 on the ground. There's also fighting the Sentinels. The Sentinels is one I could easily do on the way back. Since we're parked, I have to turn it in. Hey, found those creatures are missing. What am I doing? We have the technology to make this not awful. They're basically just cruising along until I find the water. We did see that their water was nearby. I thought it was east from where we landed the ship, but I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure this is the one where we saw there was water. Yeah, I think this is looking like we're dipping down towards maybe an ocean. Or at least a lake or a body of water big enough for me to do what I need to do. There we go. That should make it so I can get what I'm looking for in the water. And we're just scanning everything as we look for our new fish friends. If you go ahead and erupt, that'd be lovely. They actually do want your sulfide crystals. Okay. So all of those are fine. I'll check, because I'm pretty sure I have just one last... Yeah, so a common underwater fish. And there it is. And with that, we now have... all the animals. Bananas. Okay, and let's check to see if this electric spot is any good. Because what I've been doing is every once in a while when we land on a planet, I'll check to see if there's electricity native on the planet nearby. And then if there is, I'll try and go from there to, Okay, so it's generally the way the rover's facing. We'll check to see if there's any minerals or that within close range of that where I could connect them together. And I'm just doing that in the off chance I find, like, you know, copper in range of one of them, so I could just, anytime I need copper, I could hop over, grab as much as I could possibly want. Repeat the process, that kind of thing. Let's check in the power. Do a C-class on the power. But zilch on any other materials I could find nearby it. Alright, so we just go back to our ship. And by that I mean we ignore what I just said. And we murder the crap out of a drone. Okay, just that finished. We finished the objective of killing enough of the sentinels. Alright, so we'll just dig down for a minute. Okay. Oh, interesting. I'm not getting the timer. That's a curiosity. I think it might be too close to the surface that they could still detect me. That's exactly it. Why can I not see where my ship is? Because otherwise I'll get in a cycle of kill it, respawn, kill, respawn until we get like to the big walkers. And I'm down to do that if I need them for anything. I literally went the opposite direction I should have. Okay, so what I can do here, just start running over to our ship, turn this nonsense in. Alright. It also seems like only one of the drones is actually kind of keeping on me, and the other ones are doing who knows what in a completely different place. Alright, then we can just cruise on right over here. Okay. Because this will be faster than using our jetpack here, I think, because I can just keep driving and not have to worry about everything. Yeah, I've been having a bit more bugs than I'm used to today. We've had like sentinels just flying away into the ether, which has always happened from time to time, but usually it's only like the corrupted sentinels. But I was even having that with non-corrupted ones. We had a bunch of times where it would stop showing me where animals were. So like going after scanning them all is really hard. These things aren't de-aggroing despite the fact that like I flat out left them a mile behind me. So, don't really know what's going on. No Man's Sky just being a little funky today. Can you save X and relog? Yeah, no, we'll probably do that at some point. Right now I'm thinking I could just literally just leave and ignore it. More autophage standings. Alright. Planetary chart for a settlement. Cool. I'm not going to use that right here. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, I've got some of the cubes and all that. Got a ton of frost crystals. Got piles of sodium, which will eventually want to make some of that sodium nitrate. Big stack of those. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Let's get down here. Yep. The rest of that can honestly just stay the way it is right now. Okay. I don't have any more of the meat in my inventory. I can organize you like this. Put the frost crystals into storage. I'll put the dirt into storage for right now. Looks like they actually have caught up to me a bit. Let's see, what's the best way to farm nanites? You always have to make food shed for anomaly. I know there's the whole thing about making the whole thing. Oh yeah, so I need a fishing rig to do the fishing thing. Alright, 1 second. That's when it's not going to happen. So go to that log. I forgot I don't actually have room for that. We have the mission agent up top. That's fine. So we're leaving this planet. Okay, so we can go discoveries, next planet. But yeah, I know one of the ways that people like to do is they get those round mold things. They'll find a planet with those. And you can figure out where they spawn, they'll kind of like corral them or wall them off so they can't go away. And it just, yeah, the fungal mold here. And you just make it a point to... Or no, it's not the fungal mold. There's a different name for it. But either way, you get the round ball things that when you pop them over, they are just a material that you can then turn into nanites. But you just build a wall around kind of where they spawn. You just make it a point to pop over there every once in a while to grab them, kind of thing. Oh, the eggs? They're not eggs. They're these like mold ball things. So it's not like egg things. But yeah, we just kind of put a box around them because then when they show up, they'll just kind of roll down the hill. So you put a box, they don't just roll away, and you just walk up and you grab them. Yeah, so a lot of people, that's their preference, because then you can just, each time you log in, you do a round of grabbing the things. And then that's that. Nah, I'm just gonna hold off on it. It's fine. I have overlapping combat music. I do not. What I do without this is a friend. The trader stares at a cup. It appears to contain a dark black liquid, hot to the touch. Offer units for the cup. Offer units for the cup, but the trader gives me some liquid for free. It invigorates me, waking me up. Let's see. Jolts and recognition when I greet them. Okay, cool, man. Hey, Sparks After Dark. And I know that's you, Sparks. I was hanging out for your stream when you did the switch over, because you were playing Farm Sim and you switched to Escape from Tarkov for the 1.0 release. I hope you had a good time with all that stuff. And thank you so much for the raid, Blue Spark TTV. So yeah, so first, check out Sparks. Because we have Sparks has their channel that they do a lot of simulation games, and then Sparks After Dark seems to be the channel that, you know, when you're doing stuff you know isn't going to necessarily be as good for your analytics and all that, you can hop onto the secondary channel. 1 second, I'm going to try and prevent this ad from happening. You know, when you're doing stuff that's kind of like outside your normal content, it can be a good thing to like pop that over to a separate channel. That way it doesn't murder your CCV and all that kind of stuff. Because unfortunately, 90% of the stuff like sponsors and all that, the CCV is the number they care about. But yeah, so definitely go check out Sparks. Absolutely fantastic. We'll get a shout out for Blue Spark TTV in just a minute. We got a cooldown. And the reason I have that cooldown, by the way, is that little banner on the top of chat can only be used so fast. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But thank you so much for the double raid and all that kind of stuff. Also playing it, I'm assuming you were playing together, so Blue Spark, TTV, also playing some Escape from Tarkov. I'm assuming it was a double raid that the two of you were playing together, because that would be a really interesting coincidence if it was two completely separate independent raids. But yeah, so again, so definitely check out Sparks is your son. Gotcha. Right, because I've definitely seen when gonna drop that. I've definitely seen where, you know, Sparks is like doing the farm sim with family and all that kind of stuff as well. All right, Bissette, you have a good one, and thank you again for tuning in. And I already forgot that it was going to be doing. Okay, this actually works out for fun timing. I have a bunch of keys for Farming Simulator 25 and its expansions to give away from Dare Drops, like 7 or 8 of them. So just because Sparks popped here and just reminded me that Farm Sim, let me go ahead and start another queue. So this will be for the Steam version of Farm Simulator 25 and the Year 1 Pass. And it is okay if you own the base game and you just want the Year 1 Pass, you can join and just be like, hey, I just want the Year 1 Pass, and I'll just give the base game to someone else, because it is 2 separate keys. But we'll let that run for like 10-ish minutes. And it just happened to be a thing that Sparks popping in here. It's like, oh yeah, I've been sitting on these keys trying to get them away and forgetting again and again. And it is a real problem. At least I got rid of the copy of Anno and all that. So thanks for the reminder, because like I said, I got like 7 or 8 of these keys to give out. And it's all for farm, like, every single one of them has Farm Sim 25 thing. What's the Year 1 Pass exactly? It is all the packs, all the DLC, and the expansion that came out for Farm Sim 25 so far. Anything that comes out after now will be the Year 2 Pass. So it'll be like the Nexat DLC, it'll be the Mercedes-Benz DLC, it'll be where we got the Ford and Versatile brands, it'll be the Highlands expansion, which is the one that added the fishing and Scotland to the game. It'll be all of that. It's basically all of the extra stuff that doesn't come from the base game for Farm Sim thus far. But yeah. So like I said, I'll give that about 10 minutes total, so like 5 more minutes from now. If someone reminds me. And all I do, for the record, the way I do my giveaways, you don't have to be subbed, you don't have to follow, you don't have to do anything like that. All you have to do, yeah, it's for the Steam version. Everything else we're giving out away for the rest of the day is the Steam versions. It was only Anno that was like its own different thing. So yeah, like in like 5 minutes, we'll do the drawing, and all you have to do is, if your name is drawn, have to be like, yes, I would like it. As I said, this one will be the base game and the Year 1 Pass. If you just want the Year 1 Pass, you already have the base game, just let me know, and I'll give you the Year 1 Pass, and I'll give the base game on to someone else. So that's fine. Let's see, the trader was scanning something in the cosmos, but what the blinking beacon on the monitor could hold the answer. But first, I must send the correct response. Okay, so we got a simple, let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's a number movement thing. So if we look at this one, the 3 and the 9 shift, all the numbers shift to the left, and then the 3 bounces over, and then all numbers shift to the left, and the number bounces over. So the answer should be 1394. Alright. But right now, we're just doing some, hanging out, doing some nice, casual, relaxing, maximum difficulty, permadeath No Man's Sky. We are experiencing what anxiety probably is like, where we seem to be permanently stuck in a Sentinel fight, but the Sentinels aren't here now. So, you know, we're hearing the boss music, but the boss is nowhere to be found. Okay. You have the wiki up to find the code? Yeah, I mean, once you play this a little bit, you kind of learn a couple of the things. And I've also... One of my things that, like, my family does to get together is we do escape rooms. And so thing. Yeah, no, that's... Absolutely, I need to do a reload. I just hadn't done it. It's only been for, like, we just went, lifted off from one planet, and we landed on the next one. And it's just gonna take a moment to do this. We'll hit a save point. And then once we hit that save point, which, like, it saves constantly. Once we hit a save point real fast, we'll quickly, you know, do a quick, you know, mode select, that kind of thing. We've had to do that, honestly, more times than I'm used to having to do that for No Man's Sky. I've had to do that 2 or 3 times now from various stuff, like, you can no longer see the creatures on your scanner kind of thing, so, you know, when you're trying to kill creatures, it's a little weird. It's been a weirdly buggy day for No Man's Sky. Nothing awful, just like mild inconveniences. All right, so before everything gets awful, we can pop over here, teleport back up to our ship. And then jump back out of our seat, which will create a restore point. And let's do that quick pop out, pop in real fast to sort that out. All right, we got 2 more minutes on that giveaway. Let's see, how is Anno for you? Looked good from the little you're able to see. I generally enjoyed Anno. My overall stance is Anno, this is referring to 117, which is my first Anno, so Pax Romana. So that is my first Anno, and I would say Anno has some things it does extremely well. The production lines and how you set up like the trade network and all that. I think that's like really the big strength of Anno, is that kind of stuff. And then it has some stuff it just does okay. So like for me that was the combat. The combat, it's not bad. It's not good. It's okay. Oh, I'm getting my ranks from the autophage that we haven't been able to get because it's considered us in the fight the whole time. And it was like a bunch of stuff. Like I said, none of that was like, oh man, this is bad, like, I'm having a bad time, or anything like that. It was just like, oh. It's like combat in Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley has a lot of things it does extremely well. You've got, you know, all like the relationships, the story, the farming, the foraging, the fishing, like all these different mechanics that add depth and everything. And then they kind of have the combat. And it's fine. Like, it's nothing to be excited about. It's nothing to be upset about. It's just, it's fine. And I felt like, to me, the diplomacy in Anno and the combat in Anno, in 117, both kind of fell into that thing where you're like, oh, you know, this is really only okay. Again, not bad, like, you're not actively having a bad time, you're just like, I kind of, you know, it kind of distracts from the stuff I want to be doing, while not really giving me what I want it to be. Overall, I would still say the game is absolutely excellent. It's just definitely, because that was me just playing the campaign on the default settings, it definitely be one of those things that when I went to a custom campaign sandbox, whatever you want to call it, and configured it, I honestly would maybe turn off the combat entirely, because it really was just kind of like, okay, I just meat grinder them down, which is fine. I've certainly done that in plenty of games, but it was pretty underwhelming. All right, let's go check out what creatures we have, because right now what we're doing, to be clear, what we're doing right now in No Man's Sky is we have completed all of the story. All of the stories are done. Like, we're in sweaty, try-hard, near-max settings. The only things I don't have maxed out on my difficulty is I didn't make the inventory size as bad as it could be. It's still at just normal permadeath. But stuff like damage and all that stuff is maxed out. Resource costs are maxed out and all that. But with that, if we check these, that is basically the you finished everything, enjoy reality while it lasts. You finished everything, show the Atlas wonders. You finished everything, enjoy the galaxy. And, you know, down here is mostly repeatable quests kind of stuff that I'm just doing for different things. So we're kind of just in our upgrade stuff because I finished the game with everything at C tier. Literally our freighter, our ship, and our multi-tool were all C tier. Didn't bother upgrading at any point, didn't need to. And we did fight everything we had to fight and all that. So we're trying to correct that. So far, we've got our ship up to B tier, is the big thing we've done this stream. And we're working on getting our multi-tool to B tier, because that's the next pain point. Which I'm not doing any of, like, I'm not gonna say cheese grind, any of, like, the meta strategies around grinding up these things. Pretty much the way I'm approaching it is I'm doing stuff like scanning the creatures, because if you scan all the creatures on a planet, then it gets all that. Okay, so all the rest are underwater, and I believe I landed on an island, so this should be relatively easy to find the water. Oh, also, before I forget, I've been looking for more places we can get goodies. Okay, so no hotspot nearby. But yeah, so basically what we do is we land on a planet. As long as there's no rare underground creatures, I will go through and scan everything. We'll grab, you know, any missions to get any of the factions that I'm not maxed out on sorted. I think east was the direction that the water was. You mind? I'm driving here. There's water. But yeah, so we're just going around working on that stuff. Generally progress, but this is permadeath. If I die, the save file gets deleted. It's gone. It's not coming back. It's all over. But we're just doing like general progression kind of stuff. And part of that is I've got a ton of games I'm looking forward to checking out in the next week or so. But almost all of them are under embargo until like the 17th and 18th. So I'm kind of in that weird spot where my heart is set on to play something else that I can't play yet. Was that everything all at once? And there's 2,250 nanites. That was fast. Let's see. Was there another plan in the system? Yeah, so I got one more plan to check on the system. But I'm doing it this way where I go into a system, I do a bunch of maintenance stuff real fast, and then after that, we do the thing where I go to each planet, and if the planet's a good one to try and go after the various critters, we do. If not, we just move on. Yeah, I'm not really worried about that ancient ruin. But yeah, because you can upgrade your various tools and all that using whatever. Using your nanites and all that, and that's the big thing I'm doing right now. Money-wise, I'm going to be saving that our freighter is also a C tier. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, my apologies, I get distracted. So we're going to do our drawing for the key, and that's going to Adrius. That is for Farming Simulator 25, the base game, and the Year 1 pass. All you gotta do is, you know, just say something chapping like, yes, I would like it. If you want just the DLC, let me know. Otherwise, I will go ahead and get that all ready. And if they don't respond after a little while, then I will, I'll just draw someone else. So bear with me, I've got those keys ready. So I just need you, let's see, that's Adrios. I just need you to say something in chat. Anything basically being like, yes, I'd like it, anything like that. And I only do that because we've had where I've given someone a key and they said, oh, I didn't actually want this. And then it got, yeah, cool. Cool. There we go. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is give me 2 seconds and I will be sending you a whisper on Twitch that'll have your keys. Give me 2 seconds to grab those real quick. So we have the base game, which is here. And go Farming Sim 25. There's the key. Mark that one as used. And there's the Year 1 pass. All right, you sleep well, Basset. And then Year 1 pass. There's the key. Okay, let me just double check everything before I send it. I do have the correct person. I do have what looks like both the correct keys, and you should see that in your whispers. And that is the Steam version, so that should work for all that. And I do have those both marked as used, so cool. All right, so we got those out. So I'm going to go ahead and close the poll. And I'm going to be giving more of those away, by the way. I have 2 copies of Farm Sim with the Year 1 pass I can give out. I have 2 copies of Farm Sim with the Highlands expansion I can give out. I do have several copies of Farm Sim without DLC whatsoever to give out. I do have the Nexat pack to give out. I think I have the Mercedes-Benz trucks pack to give out as well. I'll probably add those in with some of the Farm Sim copies I have that don't have whatever with them. You know, just throw a little extra on there because giving those out individually is a whole thing. Alright, so we can just go over here. That is where my capital ship is, not where my ship is. Okay. And bear with me, chat, I did snooze the ads as long as I could, but, the raid did come in, like, right as the ad break was going to start. I could only push it back about 15 minutes. So, with that said, I really gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to just pause real fast. The ad break will happen, I'm gonna use the restroom, I'll be right back, and we'll keep going with some more No Man's Sky. And I actually should have introduced myself, which I'm gonna do after the ad, because I don't have enough time now. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I'm back. Yeah, no, the clip where we kill Brildain. Yeah, that was a really fun event that, it was Kildrix, Snoot, myself, and Digwood, and Brildain. And we were playing, and it was, the thing we called it was the Unfriendly Neighbors. And the entire basic idea behind it was that we were all neighbors, the zombie apocalypse happens, and we hate each other's guts, and we want each other to die. But, you know, murder's just uncouth. Like, come on. Standards. So it wasn't so much you would run up and you would just slap each other with a crowbar, that kind of thing, so much as you'd try to orchestrate situations that others may not survive. Yeah, sabotage. So you sabotage each other, not murder each other. And it was a lot of fun. I very much enjoyed that. But most of the times I went after other people, I went very elaborate, because of the people playing, I was very, very much the, like, you know, veteran, super experienced one at the game, where most of the others, it's not that they were new, but, you know, they had, like, they would be like an intermediate level, that they had played enough to know the mechanics and all that kind of stuff, but not to the point where, you know, someone could dump 100 zombies on you and you just manage it. But yeah, so that was the big direct one, is because Brildane came in acting as if she was like there on behalf of the HOA, and so was like complaining about all this stuff. So I was in someone else's house, screwing around trying to set up a trap or whatever, when she rolled in and was like, you know, hey, we need to talk about like this stuff going on your property and yada yada. And I was like pretending it was my house and all that. And so while she was writing me up, I went around, grabbed a bunch of zombies, and just dumped them on the house because she was busy like filling in the violations and all that she came up with, which I thought was pretty fun. I ended up having some really elaborate traps that most of them didn't work because you know everyone else is there to kill you. So having the extremely over elaborate stuff, the moments I was like, hey, come with me real fast, you're like, all right, this person's about to murder me. Now granted, I really did appreciate a lot of people did, you know, for the content, all that, you would try to survive, but you would also let yourself be pulled into danger, kind of thing. So like until you knew what was up. The Kamikaze. Well, the most elaborate one, which sadly we ran out of time and no one had a chance to fall for, is I had gone to my house. I had stolen Digwood's flamingos, and I put them in plain view where if you approach the front of the house, you could just see the flamingos straight inside. And I left the side window open with the curtains closed. And so if someone would have gone in to go get the flamingos, because people were fighting over the flamingos, you would have climbed in that window. I had a whole line of furniture and then a fire. For those who don't know in Project Zomboid, when you climb through a window and there's furniture there, your character will start shimmying across the furniture. But you're effectively animation locked. Once you start shimmying, you can't turn around. You're going. So the idea is you'd climb through the window, and for a good like 20-30 seconds, you'd watch your character slowly shimmy their way across all the furniture into an open flame. Sadly, we ran out of time before anyone fell for it. To be fair, people were going to be like, yeah, you're absolutely this is suspicious as heck. But, you know, there's only so many ways to get people in Project Zomboid. And sometimes there's just that morbid curiosity about what the person has set up there. Silicon Variable to Doom? Oh yeah, exactly. Alright, so let's see if this is going to be another good planet for us to scan for creatures, or it's going to be a bad one. And basically what determines that is there a rare underground creature? Because rare underground creatures just sometimes take way too long to spawn. Alright, so there is water, because there is water down there. I thought I had seen water, and it's just... Okay, minor settlement I don't care about. Oh, it's another autophage. Hey. Hello, pre-built. Thank you for the gift. In exchange, let me tell you a little. Allotidium is holy. Her helps us rebuild. Okay, so we got more standings. We're gonna practice language. We're gonna request a new word. And we are going to ask for an aggressive word. And so we've learned the word for pain. And we're gonna offer assistance. Okay, so they want me to excavate some buried scrap. Fair enough. I cannot imagine the things this construct has seen. The cycles of deletion, the rebirth and all that. So we don't have a radiant shard to give them. We can't get the easy standing, so we'll just go ahead and get our new word. And we'll learn an autophage word, which we learned the word traveler. We're going to offer assistance. And you want me to craft solar mirrors. I'll accept that, but we might be abandoning that one, because I think that might be a more involved thing. Oh, we already got one from you, so there's 5 of them running around here. But yeah, so I'm just going through all of them. My thanks. Do you hear her? She speaks to all the entities. Her is unique. Her, we all it. I dream of her. So, we're just going through the cycle of, like, get some reputation, get that. Because what we're trying to do is max out a reputation with them. Once I do that, a lot of the stuff I won't care about anymore. But also these offers give me moats, and those can get a whole thing. But that's also part of the reason why I understand a lot of their language versus other ones. More buried scrap. I can live with that. I wish you'd stop moving around so you could tell who I actually have and have not talked to. Okay, practice language. Request new word. An aggression word. Beware. And then we offer assistance, and then I just have the one on the ground to deal with. Excavate buried scrap. Alright, so apparently we're getting buried scrap is what we're doing here. I am visible to you, pre-built entity. Alright, so we can practice the language. And each time I finish those quests, I also learn some words. And eventually I'll run out of words to learn. It takes a while. And offer assistance. Excavate buried scrap. Alright, so this should be an interesting world. So they just... Looking at our objectives, I have... 1, 2, 3, 4... 4 objectives that are to... recycle those. Solar mirrors... yeah, I can probably do... That's a weird graphic glitch. Alright, so we got our solar mirrors made. So you turn those in. Okay, so we learned some more words. Okay, it's like a ball of yarn looking thing. Oh, we didn't check the creatures on here, did we? And we got a bunch underwater. We have one underwater that only appears in the southern hemisphere of the planet. No underground to speak of. And then we also have another... Yeah, so I'm going to want to be in the southern hemisphere of the planet when we look for those. Meanwhile... Let's see if we can find... buried scrap. Come on. There we go. Oh, actually, we could check. Yeah, so I'm kind of on the northern hemisphere just a little bit. I'm not seeing any salvage at all, though. Now, it could be that I'm going to have to switch planets to find the salvage. That maybe there just isn't any on this planet. Okay, so we got another creature I don't know this way. Okay, before we get caught up in this, let's turn around, get to our ship, get to the southern hemisphere, because this should be a pretty good planet for scanning the creatures on. As far as the scrap goes, we got 4 things here who want me to go look for scrap. I wonder if I select the scrap mission. Okay, it does detect that there is scrap that way, just nowhere nearby. Okay, I mean, there's scrap. Let's go for it. And I was just keeping an eye out for other stuff we haven't discovered yet. Now, the scrap is how you get parts for your Corvette. We haven't been worrying about that in a long time. Generally speaking, I've got some pretty good parts and all that. And we do need to keep upgrading the class of our ship to make room. Actually, we upgrade the class of our ship. I just need to get the things to physically give me more slots. Okay. I'll definitely say the surface of this planet kind of sucks for traversing. Okay, but there's the scrap. Now, most likely, I'll discover this and it'll count for all 4 of them. And I won't have to chase literally any more of it. You can usually double dip a lot of mission types, so it's something like kill 11 animals. And you have like a bunch of different ones that are like kill this many animals, kill that many animals. You just have to kill like whichever was the biggest number there to get them all done. Okay. Alright, did it count for all of them? Yes, it did. Alright, let's make sure there's nothing else we need to scan around here. Okay. So another thing I've been doing is when I've been going to these planets, I've been checking to see if there's, like, any good resources to set up, like, a mini base on. So, like, if they had, for example, a decent gold node. But the way I've been doing is I'll check for electricity. And once I find that, I'll just, you know, circle around. Got B tier electricity. So there is potentially a good spot here. Because 300 is in range that I can tether a connection over there. So it's just a matter of if the materials we see here are something I care about. I already have oxygen and pyrite sorted out. Okay. And this will be an A tier. Copper. That is definitely encouraging. So where's my... So there's that. And then the power is that way somewhere. Okay, so let's get back up here towards the power. Because this is the one that's kind of tricky. Alright, so if we get over here, and we find that this gas is something I'm interested in exploiting, I should be able to put a base computer kind of in the middle. Got the scan of whatever the heck that thing was. But yeah, I could kind of center the base computer in the middle, and then daisy chain the power out to, or sorry, daisy chain everything out to get all the other stuff. But only if it's worth it. Like, right now, copper is certainly worth considering, because that's just a source of chromatic metal on the cheap. And what do you got? Oxygen. Oxygen is a big old bummer. I think I'm gonna pass on that one. Copper's worth considering, but I already got an oxygen node. That was a bad oxygen node at that. And I don't think, for me personally, I'm going to consider putting the effort in to hook all of it up. Unless I'm getting 2 materials I want out of it. Oh, hi, random base. Hey, Goose, how's it going? Yeah, but sometimes with the buried technology, it just doesn't give you a good spot. That's fine, we can grab some standings, some nanites, and then you can get some pocket change. Oh, not this one, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Well, the good news, we're still getting 5 autophage missions done relatively quickly. This plant should be a really good score for nanites when it comes to scanning everything. And all I gotta do to make that happen is I just need to go to the southern hemisphere. And once I'm down in the southern hemisphere, literally everything's available. We just gotta scan it all. I'll grab the word while we're standing right here. Okay. Alright, we're almost back to our ship. Ow. So we can turn these in. Get all outstanding. And all the rewards, so some words of autophage and the void motes. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So that's not my favorite. Alright, new plan. So this is gonna be a whole thing. Maybe that wasn't the best idea. You're not liking this plan? Yeah, no, that was a lot of sliding down that hill. We'll see. But anyways, I forgot to do this before I went on the quick break. So I am Rual, Storge, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my my exploits of Product Zomboid, though I haven't played the game in quite a while. But they used to hold the world record in the game and everything. That said, I do play primarily a whole range of like simulation games, city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, slice of life, you know, that kind of nonsense. So very much as well as things, if that all sounds good, you know, you can find that kind of stuff here. So I'm gonna get to the top of this hill, and we're gonna scan again, because as long as I don't land, like bounce and land, we shouldn't slide down the hill abruptly. Well, we're sliding down this hill. That's not too bad. Alright, just keep going that way, I guess. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong with dropping hundreds of feet and then abruptly stopping in a fraction of a second? The answer? Absolutely nothing. Okay, we can get just up here. Apparently we gotta go like 1,200 meters this way. There we go. There's the next salvage container. So one of the things we're gonna check is with the salvage container. If it's not the fall that kills you, it goes. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's just this game lets you do some things that are not reasonable. So you can go over here. There's probably a better vehicle for doing the mountainous range. I actually don't like the mountainous planets for this exact reason. You know, forward is easy. Up is a bit more. Let's see. It's a lot of carbon going into there. Apparently there's a bunch of salvage containers. So what we can do is we can see if I grab 3 salvage containers real fast and then head back if it'll just count it all. If I had to do it one by one and trek out here, that's actually pretty bad. Okay. Okay, we didn't slide too far. Can't be good on the suspension. What suspension? See nothing, Sentinel. Mind your P's and Q's. Okay, we've got another one over here. All right. Okay, so you're still just down that way? Yeah, it looks like there's a bunch over here, which is good news. Don't slide far. Don't slide far. We're right here. Could you bugger off, please? Thank you. Do you mind? I'm trying to get stuff, but I don't want to get into a whole situation of fighting you and then having you go away. So scooch. Okay, it's just down the hill. And that'll be 3. Alright. And we'll see if that pleases them. Because I'm hoping it's not going to expect me to do 1 and 1 and 1 again. Okay, so with that, we should be good to go. Just gotta get back to our ship again. All right. That was a pretty good crunch. Just bounces off the ground. I was to say, I think in real life, it doesn't even matter how durable the car is. You just drop that distance with any weight, you're just gonna embed yourself into the ground. You know, most likely the car disassembling itself on impact. But even if you somehow magically made a car that didn't happen, you know, outside of like solid rock, you're just going to be completely embedded in the earth. Hey, Pelanova, how's it going? Oh, voice detection didn't like that? Yeah. Yep. There we go. There is a picture going on. Yeah, if your screen's black, Pelanova, try refreshing. I don't know which way is up or which way is forward or which. Oh, okay. There. Seem to be struggling just a little bit to climb this this nearly vertical climb. My camera is pointed as high as it'll let me, by the way. I can't look up farther. It's just that's how steep this hill is. Still nothing? Oh, weird. Yeah, no, I assume everyone else is getting pictured, because it'd be weird if, like, 130-something people were hanging out here and couldn't see anything. All I can think is, like, try adjusting thing. What unit is a KUH? I mean, assume it's a unit of distance. Yeah, no, I figured there'd be no question about what the others. All right. Oh, weird. Okay, so we're gonna abandon these ones because I'm not getting credit having done it anymore. Yep, so we already did that, like, 4 of them worth, and I didn't even get to turn in that last one. So we're gonna go ahead and kill those. It's fine. Alright. We still got to do 2 of them. It's whatever. Alright, so let's turn south. Okay, so that's probably far enough to put us in the southern hemisphere. Check this. We're not close enough to the ground yet. We're technically in the southern hemisphere. Ah, good, we got water this way. That's what I was worried about. Oh no, wait, that might not be water. Nope, that is just cloud cover. There's like little pockets of water, but we need water. So let's go back up a bit. There we go. That looks like that might actually... We're looking for... is a sizable and a noteworthy body of water we can see from up here. It's not looking encouraging from that perspective. Get lower. Make sure I'm still in the southern hemisphere. I should be. I'm curious how this water is going to work, because there was not that many underwater things I got to worry about, but there wasn't none. At least as I recall. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of underwater ones. And we're pretty close to the South Pole. So I'm looking for a big body of water. At least a proper, like, big lake, if not ocean kind of thing. That might have to do right there. They got a couple of pockets of water from the looks of it. Yeah, I think this spot over here, we got a bunch of decent-sized, like, lakes, whatever. Those might be good enough. I'm a little... I shouldn't have anything illegal. this time. Okay. So we got water. There's like 8 of the creatures are in the water. And then we had a couple of creatures that were only available on the southern hemisphere, and we're definitely on the southern hemisphere. Oh, we got one creature we don't know up here. Okay, so we're just zipping around, scanning anything we don't know. Alright. So we're up to 9. Now the ones I'm missing, I've got a bunch of underwater. It's all underwater. We're at the point everything else is underwater. So I can go over here, head into that water, and just start scanning. Now, one of the fears is with as many as there are there, it could be that we are looking at potentially needing to have deep water ones. If that happens, I haven't seen remotely. It's fine, don't worry about it, man. I haven't seen remotely that much. Keys, thank you for the reminder. So we're going to go ahead and I will start up another one. This will be for a copy of Farming Simulator 25 and the Year 1 or the Year 1 pass. So you'll do !join if you'd like Farming Simulator 25 and the Year 1 pass. If you already have the base game and you want just the Year 1 pass, that's fine too. You can enter. Just let me know you only want the DLC. But I'll let that run for about 10 minutes. After which point we'll do the drawing, and all you have to do is respond being like, yes, I want the key. You don't need to be following, you don't need to be subscribed, nothing like that. Literally just gotta basically let me know that you do in fact want the key we're giving out. And that's just very genuinely because I've given out a key before and had a person be like, oh, I didn't want this, didn't know what they were entering. So I've gotten to the point of being like, I'm just always gonna ask. It's for Farm Sim 25 and the Year 1 pass, which includes the latest DLC and basically all the DLC. All the DLC that's come out for Farm Sim so far is included. Future DLC won't be. Future DLC will be like the Year 2 pass or whatever. But all the current content so far as DLC is included in the Year 1 pass. And is the last Year 1 pass I have. I do have more of just the new DLC. Okay, how are we doing? 15 out of 16, and we are just missing... we are missing one rare underwater one that's found only in the south. We are in the south. They're heading towards sulfide crystals. We need more of those anyways. Alright. we go. And we're just looking for a red dot. It's a little concerning having the sulfite crystals down there. Well, I accidentally destroyed it. Okay. So looks like there's underwater tunnels that we're finding those in. I'm hoping we poke out the other side and we... Oh, I see. There's another one underneath the surface. We're gonna go next to it this time instead of right at it. Okay, it's a cave that goes underneath it that way. They're just waiting for it to erupt again. We got our goodies. Alright. Just double checking. We are literally at the bottom of the planet. Alright, come on. Give me a blinking red dot. You're getting a lot of these, like, aquatic tunnels. And I don't know if I should be zipping around down here looking for stuff. Or up in the large area above. Submerged relics, submerged relics. And it doesn't say it's nocturnal, right? It is always active underwater, found in the south. Now, it does mention it is a rare fish, but even then, usually when you get a body of water this big, it's not that bad to find them. It's nowhere near as bad as when it comes to trying to locate, nowhere near as bad as trying to locate underground creatures that are rare. And that'd be it. And there's 4,000 nanites. And with that, we head back to our ship, and we are done with this system. And that puts us up to about 16,000 nanites. 25 is when I get to upgrade my staff. And we gain 4 or 5 ranks of autophage. Okay, so one last reminder. We are doing a giveaway for Farming Simulator 25 and the Year 1 Season Pass. If you want just the Year 1 Season Pass, that's fine too. Just if I draw your name, let me know that that's all you want. The only thing you have to do is you don't have to be followed, you don't have to be subbed, nothing like that. You just have to respond being like, yes, I would like it, if your name is drawn. Once I get back to the ship, we'll do the drawing. So, you got just a little bit here, and then we'll go ahead and do that drawing. And this is the last Year 1 Season Pass I have to give out. I do have some more of the Highlands, expansion. I think I have 2 copies of that, but only 1 more of the Season Pass. I'm deliberately doing the Season Pass first, that way, we don't have the weird thing where you get one of the DLCs from another giveaway, and then the Season Pass comes up and you want that too. So I'm starting to like the stuff you get the most and working my way back. That said, I think I have something like 7 copies of Farm Sim 25 to give out. So we're doing pretty good. Okay, let's go ahead and pop into the cockpit. Jump back out of the seat for the save, and then we'll do the... That's not what I wanted to do, but it's fine. It's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that giveaway real fast. So, doing the drawing, and the winner is Mossy Griffin. So Mossy Griffin, all you gotta do is say something in chat, basically be like, yes, I would like it. Or, as I said, if you want just the DLC, just let me know what you want, and I'll get that over to you. Yes, and thank you. No problem. Let me go ahead and get you. There's going to be the base key, and it'll be in your whispers on Twitch. Give me 2 seconds, though. So Farming Simulator 25, and that is the correct key. Yep. And then let me grab the Year 1 pass. And mark that key as used. And go Year 1 Season Pass. And there's the key. Let me verify everything. So I got the right keys. And I got the right person. Yep. And that should be in your DMs. And I'll put that back up there. Okay. Let me make sure I got this up. And with that said, I will end the queue. And in a little while, we'll do another giveaway. The next giveaway will be not the year pass. That was my last year pass. But I will have a giveaway that involves the Highlands expansion, and then the base game. Alright, so with this, let's go pop over to our freighter. Because we finished checking all the planets we want to check in the system, and we can move on to the next one. The other thing I need to do is I did grab a bunch of chunks of Corvette. Most of those are probably just going to be thrown into storage and utterly ignored, but you never know when you're going to get something good. The big thing is I need more cargo slots for my Corvette to make it worthwhile. How much money do I have? I have 173 million. I don't know what an S-class frigate costs, or freighter. It's fine. Yeah, so we're going to land on our capital ship, we're going to jump into the next system, and then we're going to do the whole round of go to the station, check the quests, get the inventory expansion, check to see if we can't drop anything off at the rep, you know, the agent rep there. All that stuff. Hi, please don't make that loud noise. Okay. So, when it comes time to move stuff around, let's put you on my exosuit. Put that in the starship. Exosuit, exosuit. Okay. So it's taking all the inventory out. We'll want to get all that sorted here in a minute. So, warp. We don't have any strong opinions about where we're going. I'm just basically hopping from star to star nearby now. Just kind of exploring the galactic neighborhood, as it were. Okay. Yeah, so we'll start by going to the space station and getting all that stuff and doing our round robin to all the things we need to do. Okay. You have a strong liking to the Gek? I mean, the little frog people are fun. Granted, lore-wise, the Gek are pretty awful. Like, lore-wise, the Gek are pretty awful. Alright, meanwhile, let's go ahead and chuck all of these into Corvette storage. Got that one there. That one up here. Sort these out a little bit. Oh, and check the ship itself. Make sure I didn't have anything over there. Alright. That's fine. Frankly, everyone is awful. I don't know. If you look at the different factions, the Gek are the only one who are like overtly terrible. Like the Vakeen are very, you know, anti all the other things because of how they were subjugated and all that. And then the Korvax are basically like, yo, we just kind of follow the Atlas because it's kind of like a religious thing. But they just kind of go along with it. They don't overtly murder people. So it's kind of one of those things that's like, there really isn't, hey, this faction is much nicer than the other one. They're all pretty awful. That's gonna make me go to a specific planet. I just don't feel like doing that. So we're definitely not comparing, you know, they're not equals, because like again, one of them was like, you know, subjugation and slavery and like literally harvesting, you know, resources from the bodies of another sentient people and all sorts of things. Like Gek are wild levels of pretty awful. Whereas the Vakeen are like, we just need to be strong enough that people can't do this to us anymore. We're already exalted with them, so there's no reason to do that. We want the frigate upgrade module. Now grab the suspicious goods. If not a guy, we can just sell. At the charts, I don't need that right now. Okay, so sell you. Get rid of the hypnotic guy, get rid of the nitrate. Get rid of the Gek relic. Convergence cube, there was something I actually wanted to make with that. Oh, the Korvax casing we can also get rid of, so sell. Yeah, what was... Oh, my exosuit's full again. Need to remember to actually apply those to the R1. Okay. So with that, it is time to do the little travel around. So let's check our settlements. There's a settlement request pending. But you did get the scanner for finding another settlement. Part of me kind of just wants to go into the general area our other two settlements are. And locate another settlement here. I honestly want to say in this... I think two of my settlements are in the same system. I've attempted to use a chart to see if I can't find yet another settlement in the same settlement system. Okay. The Botanists found themselves with time to spare and sequenced an unusual organism. While only a trifle, they hoped to result their works judged worthy of the Overseer. Accept the gift. Sure. Valuable leaves. Okay, let's check on all this stuff. Hey, Drongo. Thank you so much for the 10 streak, and thank you so much for the work. I appreciate it. Let's see, but also like the Gek character model because they're like amphibian Geks. Yeah, like the little frog people, absolutely. Like from them the standpoint of like the aesthetic model, yeah, absolutely. 100% on board. But yeah, like lore and all that. Like very much of the factions. Not a huge fan of the Unveiled Complete building. I'm not a huge fan of the Vakeen. But like the Korvax have a certain thing about them and the Gek have a certain thing. The Vakeen, they're just like, I'm angry. Big brute kind of thing. Alright. Also, let me go ahead and if we could do this real fast. Quick shout out for Bloody Drongo. For those who don't know Bloody Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator. Also been playing some Anno 117 recently. But plays a lot of similar games to what we play. NFL member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, which is the same stream team that I am on. with all that stuff. So definitely something to check out. Also streams pretty much immediately after I wrap up stream, or if there is an overlap, like a very light one. So it's a perfect place where, you know, when you're done here, you can immediately hop over there, kind of thing. All right, so we got that one all queued up. So now I can go to you. And pop on over to our other settlement. The coolest Aussie. Yeah, no, but definitely fantastic times. That's one of the channels I end up in the most after stream. Is like, usually it's like Drongo or Ultra or FG. Kind of depending on who's streaming any given night or whatever. Okay, so go ahead and get this building built over here. And we're going to open the bazaar. And we're going to go tell them to upgrade the bazaar. Assume that'll be another one that's like 2 hours. Yep. So that means we're done with those two for right now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to hop onto our ship real fast. And I'm going to pop up real quickly. And I'm going to use my settlement scanner in the same system we got our other two settlements. And kind of just see if we can kind of just keep all the settlements in one system. Okay, so we go here. I believe I've got that in my inventory on my character themselves. Another dissonant settlement detected. Oh, you know what I think? I think we're going to keep finding the dissonant settlements because I keep using that. It looks like we might actually have two settlements on the same planet, which will be a whole thing. Now, the downside is I might not have the materials to deal with the dissonant settlement. Like the initial setup. We'll see. What is the current form of the Gex Society? They're kind of 100% all they know is business. Like everything's about like trade and money making and that kind of thing. Their entire personality is cash. I don't think we really know much beyond that. Yeah, Ferengi, but based on smell. Does he like them as is? I mean, alright. Already overseer in a settlement on... Ah, well, we just wasted that then. Okay, so apparently you cannot have more than one settlement on the same planet. I can have more than one in the same system, but I cannot have more than one on the same planet. And for whatever reason, this one planet trips out so badly when it comes to this. I'm also amused that it still shows as me having not discovered this between everything I've done there. What'll happen is once we get passing the planet, it'll stop tripping out. Because I believe we're actually on the moon on the other side of the planet. Or when you get close enough. There we go. Well, unfortunately, that does mean I wasted like 1,400 of the, what are they, like the motes? Which is a big old bummer. Okay, we can go over here because we got a visitor. The colonist, Nikoti, says they were brought to us by a whispering voice. They have seen the stars in the abyss, and now share the words of those extremes. We don't know what she said other is in the... They ask if they might spare a trinket in exchange for their message. Heed the warning. We are blessed by the old ones. So we check on our information. We now got blessed by the old ones that, you know, we do have slightly increased happiness. So that, like, currently our debt is just piling on. This is normal. That what ends up happening is you get the settlement, it's in an awful shape, and you slowly add new buildings and upgrade and all that until it's eventually no longer an absolute nightmare. Alright, so let's jump back over to our freighter. What I'm going to actually remember to do this time is we can unlock more tech for the freighter. That's not the right thing. We've only arrived in the system. We haven't done anything yet. Huh? Oh, there we go. Upgrade here. Okay. So, base parts and upgrades. Yeah, we've got the interstellar drive and all that. We can just keep unlocking rooms. So I've got 5. So those are colors. Yeah, so I've only got the 3 different sets. We've got these things here we can unlock. We can get the increased jump ranges and all that. Oh, the matter beamer. Yep, getting that. So, one of the things we'll probably want to do is right now I have the interstellar scanner. I'm going to store that. I have the increased bonuses from expeditions. Going to store that. I'm going to disassemble this right now because it's not done. I'm going to store this. I'm going to store this. And then the drives themselves I cannot move. And I'm going to, for right now, put all of these in my exosuit. And then we're going to go over here to where I've got my storage, which is not over here. That was a test. We're going to go over here to where I have my storage. And what we're going to do is drop those all in here. That's fine. And then the reason I'm doing all that, we can also drop the convergence cubes up there. Those will be sold. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I want to... Oh, we can drop the AI things in there. Basically, I'm trying to set myself up to be in a good position where I can start, you know, as I see freighters out and about, I could pop on board and go for an upgrade. Because I've got lots of cash. Maybe not enough for an S rank, which is what we're going to try and hold out for. But, you know, to start moving in that direction, to try and get ourselves a hold of an S rank freighter. Because unfortunately we can't upgrade our freighters directly and all that. I literally just left. Look, man, you are gonna have to wait your turn. Okay, so discoveries, we got the whole system. We're gonna start with that one. Pretty sure most Class S's are only about 50 million. Yeah, I have way more than enough then. Alright, so we got a bleak planet. Okay, we got a building over here. Cool. So I'll hop on out. Lung-burning night winds. Don't promise me a good time. Okay, so we need the container, carbon nanotubes, do this, boom, boom, boom. Our inventory spot, we're going to plop it up here. Because then what's going to end up happening is we're going to get this S-tier translator. Hey, Griffinator, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Yeah, so get that once we get back to our storage. I can go ahead and get the next thing going. It was bad. I'm sorry to hear that. You lost a lot of good men. Oh, what are we playing? Can we get a shout out for Griffinator, by the way? What were we playing today that a lot of people were lost? All right. So if we go onto the ship, we can get the storage stuff. Let's do that while we wait for the storm to break. Oh, they range up to 178. That is almost exactly how much we have, interestingly enough. All right, so let's grab the Corvex cubes. And then go down here on my suit. I'm gonna put the S quality rank translator in there so we can just learn words by anytime we have a conversation. Playing some No Man's Sky. Gotcha. And if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me hold you up and all that. But yeah, no, I hope your No Man's Sky went well. We're doing some permadeath sweaty try-hard stuff that we've been working on this run for a while. We have finished all of the game's quests that I'm aware of, like including like the big story quests and all that kind of stuff. And now we're working on getting all our stuff upgraded from C rank to anything that's not horrendously bad. Okay, and how are we doing? So there's only 4 animals on this one, 3 flying, 1 ground. So it's not going to be one that pays out super well from that aspect. But we'll get that going. Yeah, for those popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I don't actually play that much Project Zomboid anymore. Just, you know, burn myself out. Sometimes it's good to move on to other things. We play a lot of simulation, city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, the occasional roguelite, you know, so on and so forth. It's a whole range. Okay, so We got all that going on. Alright, let's start talking the autophage guys. I see you, Disruptor. Do you see me? We will practice our language. And request a new word. And a word about friendship. And they'll check what they want for assistance. Craft 3 antimatter housings. Okay, we'll do that real fast. I should have everything I need to do that. Alright. And then we got that. And next contestant. Practice our language. Request a word. And a mystery word. We learn the word core. We'll offer assistance. Repair a lost autophage. I'm going to say no to that one only because I'm pretty sure they're going to be asking for materials I don't have on this planet or handy. And practice language. Was the word about friendship despair? No, we got despair earlier, I thought. We're probably getting to the point of them that we're getting low on words. Yes, that one, the word for friendship was assist. Gonna offer assistance. Craft 3 ion batteries. I should already have those. Okay, turn those in. Alright. I've got you. Alright, so we're 2 ranks from maxed out, which is why we're stopping to do that each time I run into one of them. And so for the void emotes, the good news is I'm already almost back up to being able to get another, almost back up to getting another one of those things. Alright, so while that's clearing, first I need to recharge that. A second. So we have 2 more to discover. Ah, I see. So it's like dawn, dusk, that kind of thing. We got 2. Oh, there's the land creature. It's basically a big angry beetle. And I got 1 more flying creature to. And 1 more flying creature to scan. Go and learn a word up here while we're standing there. Also, scan you. Because I have a lot of things for different upgrades. The primary stuff I have with my scanner upgrades is mostly to give me a lot more money and such for creatures. Because that's what I'm going to be doing for nanites anyways, and it's one of the ones that pays the best. So I get like almost 1/3 of a million every single time I scan a creature. Okay, there's a navigation beacon. We can head over that way. That's fine, don't care. Like I said, we're still checking for flying creatures. The other thing we'll do is after we scan this, after we do this, I will check to see if we have like the electrical node, all that stuff. couple of nanites. Get some nav data. Actually be able to let down one. Okay. Okay, so we do have an energy source over this way. Okay. So you got C tier there. We do have ore and gas nearby. Nearby being relative. But depending on what we find, that might be worth our time. All right. Okay. We go right down here, and so we have a mineral deposit here that is sodium. All right, well, that means I'm no longer interested in that spot because I already got sodium. Got an unknown building over there. It looks like we're at the time of day that the local wildlife is not out. And yet another autophage location. I'm already looking at another one we've been working on. Okay. So we will practice language. Learn a new word. Technology. I will offer assistance. And you want me to kill sentinels? No problem. Next contestant. Practice language. Learn a new word. Travel. Offer assistance. Craft ion batteries. Okay. And just getting words. We have aggression. Reboot is apparently an aggression word. Offer assistance. Chromatic metal. Okay, so you want me to make ion batteries. Okay. Who was the one who wanted the ion batteries? You wanted them, right? I think I have to have it actually selected. Okay, let's take 2 seconds to grab this. And then we're going to process some of our ore into chromatic metal. And that'll help get that sorted out for those objectives. And get underground so we're not slowly... Oh, is it meeting individuals? Yeah, okay, well that means we just got the highest level for meeting individuals. That's something I should have had forever ago. So let's go here. Top off your fuel. And then we need to just find stuff I can convert into chromatic metal, which is pretty much anything you dig up. So we've got activated quartz. That, or quartzite. It actually has a pretty good refine rate. So we can use that to get a bunch, because I have multiple stacks of this, so clearing out a stack would be good. And it's honestly not that bad for me to go and get more. Alright, so I need a little bit more than that. Yeah, so I got a full stack of the activated. We got regular quartzite. I've got a little bit of extra indium. Because like I said, I am just kind of knocking it down, trying to keep like one stack of each. But any of those I have multiple stacks. Whenever it needs chromatic metal, it's fine. That was where I was mentioning earlier we found a copper node and like, oh hey, maybe we set up with this. And if the other node had been anything useful, not just more oxygen, I would have absolutely done it. Because then I could just come by, have like two or three storage containers for the copper, and anytime I need to top off my chromatic, I just grab a ton and just shove it all into my ship's mining stuff and get that sorted. Alright, there's a chromatic. Okay, so let's check our logs here real fast. And we have you. All right. While we wait for the animals to wake up, it's time to commit violence. So I only need to kill 8 of them, which will go real quick. Okay, which direction? Get the repair one and the respawner down. I don't like that you're just up here causing me grief. Okay, we achieved the objective. So we're going to quickly dig down here so the doggo doesn't sit there and shoot us with laser beams when I don't get anything I care from it. Oh, I'm not deep enough. They're detecting me. Okay. So we just chill down here for a minute till they de-aggro, go up, turn in the quest. And I see the animals are out and about again, so I should be able to scan them all up. Hey, Treacle, it's good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Someone else I definitely recommend checking out. Been doing some Anno, been doing some Whisker Wood, all that good stuff. So definitely someone worth hanging out, checking out, doing all that good stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and get that shout out myself. Alright. I have remembered to do a couple of giveaways. I believe we've done 3 so far. And I'm gonna probably do another one here very soon. We're not gonna get all the keys out today that I plan to get out, but that's fine, because we had like 8 or 9 or something like that, which is a lot to give away in one stream. We're just gonna knock through the list as best we can. Okay. We got the rare burb. I need a burb of quality rare. Anytime. Okay, so hand in that mission. Yes, we got the ground one. And just triple checking. Discoveries, fauna, rare flying, and it's the same style as all those. So if we have these out, it can be out too. We just need to... There you are. And all critters found. There are 1,000 nanites. Okay, meanwhile, we can go over here. Exchange void motes. Settlement chart. Which way is tourist ship? There it is. So we got ourselves an R1, and that's the first planet that we got sorted. Now I wonder if I were to keep going back to the same system and doing the charts again and again and again, I do wonder if it'd keep ending up selecting the same planet. I feel like it would keep selecting between like the 1 or 2 planets that settlements are on. So what we'll probably do... Oh, you know what we could do? I could deliberately try going to the system that I made, the really awful Waterworld one. I could try using it there. See if I can't get a settlement in the system that I produced or whatever. Because I got 2 settlements in the system where I have my main nice base. And I could try and get a settlement or 2 in our system that we made that's awful. Alright. So that planet's done. So I can go here. Next contestant. Where... There you are. Alright, so our next planet is a scalding planet. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to go ahead and get another giveaway going. So this one will be for Farming Simulator 25, the base game, and the Highlands expansion DLC. Now, if you already have the base game and you want just the DLC, that's fine. You still enter, just let me know you just want the DLC. But just do ! join for it. We'll do that drawing here in like 10-ish minutes. And we'll give those out to anyone who wants them. And again, you don't need to be following, you don't need to be subbed, nothing like that. All you have to do is, at the time your name is drawn, you just gotta be like, yes, I would like it, or, you know, yes, I'd like the, you know, I don't need the base game, I'd like the DLC, whatever's the appropriate thing. But pretty much just let me know you're interested. But you don't need to be following or subbed or anything like that. Okay, so we got this planet. Pop the hatch. Is this another autophage? What is it with, like, every planet I'm landing on, I'm just finding autophage after autophage. So boom, autophage, cool. I mean, I'm down with it because it's advancing stuff very quickly for me, but it's also really weird that the autophages feel like they're literally everywhere. Alright, so let's talk to you. What do you seek from this exchange pre-built entity? Practice language. I'd request a word. And travel symbol. We learned expedition. And then offer assistance. You want me to craft some antimatter housing? No problem. We could see them before. Maybe they are everywhere. Yeah. You, my Caribbean's Prilbit entity. It is unique in all the universe. I'm assuming he's like, do you like? All right, so we're gonna request a language. Okay. Offer assistance. Microprocessors. Sure. Are you a friend, pre-built entity? It is that you can see me. I believe he's saying it's unusual that you can see me. Alright. And we're getting a new word. Danger. And we will offer assistance. Collect chromatic metal. Meanwhile, I saw this one, I already have what we need, so I could turn in the microprocessors. And I've already visited you. So, let's go ahead from here. We can quickly go boom. You needed chromatic metal, that's right. So we'll go here for that. Do this. And let's try and grab some stuff to chuck in here for processing. Alright, so we're in range of the ship. So I'm seeing the ship's inventory as well, which is fine. So all I need to do... Lacadium I don't get as much, but I have a lot of it. And we're scanning the animals while we get other stuff going on. Okay. Okay, let's take a peek at what the animal situation is here. Alright, so we've got 2 rare undergrounds. To hell with this planet. If I happen to see an underground, I'll poke my nose in, just in case they're standing right in front of me. But anything short of that, and I am out. Anything we want to collect here? Probably not. Okay, so we can go ahead and go to you. Drop off the chromatic metal. And as I said, I'll need to plunk more in there. We have a lot of cadmium, though. Like a lot of cadmium. There we go. We can return to you. Oh. That means we can check our log here again. You wanted 3 antimatter housings. I could turn that in. Cool. And how many void motes are we up to? Another 1,500. So I can go over here. Exchange. And for another settlement thing. These are also worth buying, the rebuilt modifier things. Those could be extremely good as well. Alright, so this planet's right out. 2 rare undergrounds? Nah. Nope. Bye. Later. It just takes so long to get them to spawn that it's just not worth the time. I can go off and do something else, get more materials quicker. Okay, so we go to discoveries. Get to the next planet on the list. Okay, and while we're over here, let's go ahead and get that drawing. And so we now have Mandible. All you gotta do is just let me know, yeah, you want the game. And then just let me know basically, do you want the base game and the DLC, or just the DLC? But it's Farm Sim 25 and the Highlands expansion DLC. Okay, they need repairs, take a metal plating. But you guys just gotta say something in chat, and I'll drop it to you. Give you a couple minutes to do that response. And if we don't hear back, but you'd like both, cool. Let me go ahead and get those to you. You'll get them in a DM on stream, so let me deal with that real fast. So here is, let me get that there. So there's Mandible, Whisper, grab the key. This is Farming Simulator 25. There's the base games key. Mark that key as used, so don't try to give it to someone else. And here's the Highlands expansion key down here. Make sure that's the correct key that I got for the first one. Yep. And Highlands expansion. And there's that key. All right, mark that one as used. And make sure you send it to the right person, and we are good. So that should be in your DMs. All right, so we still have 3 copies of Farm Sim Highland expansion. I've got one. Yeah, so it looks like for Farming Simulator, I've got 3 copies of the base game. I've got 1 more copy of the Highlands expansion, and then I also have the Nexat DLC to still give out. Those are not, well, I'll probably have 1 more giveaway I might sneak in tonight. But we're not going to get all those out tonight. Just, I like to space them out. So let me go ahead and close the queue to get that out of here. Because I do want to re-up the queue each time. That way I don't end up trying to give the key out to people who aren't on the stream because you have to go to bed or go to work or whatever. So I want to make sure I'm giving it out to people who are there. Alright, so it looks like this planet's got a lot of water on it. Let's aim for one of these landforms. That way I have a little bit of water, a little bit of land. Okay, it looks like it's kind of just a grid, so that's fine. Or like an archipelago or whatever. Doesn't really matter where we go. There are so many knowledge stones back there. Like, bizarrely a lot of knowledge stones. Alright, so let's hop out. Okay, we've got violent sentinels on this planet. Hey, I'm trying to check things, Sentinel. Go away. Okay, so we got 9 creatures, a bunch of them ground, some flying, and some underwater, none underground. Go away. I just want knowledge and to scan your various wildlife. There's so many knowledge stones. We're giving ourselves an absolute crash course in the Corvex language. Wait, something's hunting me? What? Hey, Dread, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catching the last 20 streams without missing a single one. Means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I'm like, something's hunting me because I saw the icon for an animal hunting me. Meanwhile, I've got, you know, six sentinels or just well, 8 sentinels cruising behind me. And continuing to escalate as I wholly ignore them. Alright, meanwhile, so we're up to that. So I've got 3 underwater ones, so no more sentinels to deal with. Or sorry, I had plenty of sentinels to deal with. No more land creatures. Go away. What is with this planet being just knowledge stones everywhere? I've never seen this many knowledge stones so quickly. Like, I've seen once in a while I get like 2 or 3 of them in one spot. But this is like literally I'm just jogging and in one stamina bar knocking out 5 or 6. Okay. So much learning. Also, giant field of oxygen. Go away, Sentinel. I'm busy. It's fine. Ow, stop it. I was expecting this water to be deeper. Is that all 3 already? Alright, we discovered... What is that nightmare? I hate it. That is... Thanks. I hate it. There, I've properly named it. It's like just an absolute awful shrimp. Would you leave me alone? Got sentinels chasing me. I got dinosaurs chasing me. It's got weird nightmare shrimp on it. Endless amounts of knowledge. Real mixed bag of a planet. I mean, it does have dinosaurs, which is a perk, even if they're trying to eat me. And it does have knowledge, which is also a perk. But it has nightmare shrimp and sentinels that just won't mind their business. Okay. I feel satisfied that I don't need to investigate farther. I was like, you know what? This is probably the exact kind of planet I would find, you know, a really good copper node and like gold node or something like that. But I checked and I saw only a power nearby. I'm like, yep. Good enough to not investigate. Go away, Dino. You know your friends need to behave. Alright. And another planet sword. We probably got ourselves like 15, 20 words. There were some glowing stones, the ones hovering. They used to be good rare resources. Oh yeah, no, if you're talking about the Gravcore, whatever the things are, Graviton balls. Those things are, they're decent. They're worth money, is about the only thing they're worth. They're not bad. You do go to collect them, they instantly get you aggroed with the sentinels. But like, even if I sat there and like really started grinding, collecting them till my inventory is pretty full, I'd only get like 2 million or so for like multiple stacks of them together. Because we had about 24 of them earlier sold, and it was just under 1 million. But money's not that big of a deal. I'm at about 175 million. Like the ring that, the ring of floating crystals that are like the size of you floating. Oh, yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, those aren't bad either. Didn't feel like going out of my way to collect them. I'm more worried about nanites. Nanites is what I'm actually after. Bear with me, chat. We're about to get hit with an ad break, and I need to use the restroom pretty badly. So I'm gonna go do that. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. After having the trees commit violence. Tree seeds? Yeah, so, in Coral Island, which is the life, or slice of life game you saw, you can have, like, your regular plants, you can have, like, your big trees, like in Stardew Valley, but there's also, like, a middle one that's, like, a sapling. So it's kind of, like, lives between the two. So, like, you have to water, like, the smaller plants, but it keeps producing for, like, 2 seasons. Hey, alright, so you're looking like you're a water world, probably? Oh, wait, there's a chunk of land right there. Bonk. Let's take a quick peek. Hazardous moisture. So what I'm reading is this place is so unpleasantly moist, it hurts. That's the way I'm choosing to interpret it. Okay, so we've got 10 animals. We got 3 underwater. Sorry, 3 flying. And a ton of underwater. None of them specify where they're located. So we're going to start with the ones in the air. They should be pretty straightforward to make happen. There's like your mom joke in there somewhere. Probably. You put down your rafted fish. That's also fair. Okay, so we got all the flying creatures done, so all the rest of them live in the sea. Okay. Got multiple creatures around here we're trying to get scans on. Okay, got that one. And only one left. Okay, and with that, we've already got all 10 for the planet. And our 2,500 nanites. So one more planet like that, and we get to upgrade our multi-tool. Which means both our multi-tool and our ship would have gotten a full class upgrade this stream. Which is definitely not bad. And this also concludes this system. So what we'll do now is hop in here and work our way back up, get to our ship, and move on to the next one. Oh, right. We got one of the things for checking for local settlements. Let's do that. Actually, they're going to require desolate goods. Let's go to a dissonant system. That way, if they do ask for a bunch of dissonant materials to start the settlement, we just can do that. Or, what we can do is we can go to our ship, jump it to the next location. We'll make it a dissonant system just in case. I'll do my rounds. We'll stop by our terrible, awful planet that's awful and terrible. And while we're there, we will see if it will let us do the settlement there, which would be interesting because it'd be a settlement in a pirate system. And it might just be like, hey, there's nothing here, try again, ladies, you know, elsewhere. Alright. It looks like our fleets are back. We'll want to go to our command center and get our goodies. Okay. So let's turn those in. Oh, not here. Not turn those, let's collect those. Alright, so debrief the commander. We got chromatic metal. Mostly it's just a whole lot of cash and some chromatic metal. And in this one, we got some Aronium, some granite, some limium, salvage frigate module, and a disappointment. Okay, so I got a bunch of materials that I can potentially sell. Which if I remember correctly, I've got a trade beacon right here. Let's put that to use. Get rid of that, I don't need it. Get rid of the valuable leaves. Get rid of the teleport coordinates. Let me check our ship. Get rid of the radioactive organic material. That's all fine. And then the freighter. Get rid of the lemium. Get rid of this. Get rid of the granite. And let's move the stuff off the freighter. Because again, with that, we're going to be looking to try and replace our freighter. I'm going to go ahead and not mess with that and just immediately warp. We're just going to look for any system that's flagged as like a dissonant system. There we go. And it basically just circling around the galactic neighborhood and just scanning one after the other, just discovering the local area. No real specific rhyme or reason. Okay. So I can get over here. Into the Corvette. Is there another freighter nearby? That's fine. Okay. At some point I want to go through and actually, like, do some more customization on the Corvette. But right now, there's not much I can do because of limitations from the lack of inventory space. Alright, so let's deliver an item. We don't care about that, we don't care about that, don't care about that. Honestly, I don't really care about hardly any of that. The Raid the Planetary Harvester could be decent, but Yeah, I got 2 for raiding a planetary harvester. That could be worthwhile. We'll grab that. And we'll grab that. A big part of that's because they're things one thing. What do you mean inventory space? I need more space to keep my dragon's hoard of garbage piled up at all times. And meanwhile, I can go over here. Keep expanding the old inventory. I don't really know where I put it. I didn't see the spot, but that's okay. You can just keep expanding. Eventually, it won't let you expand farther. And then we go check on you. So we are already max rank with this one, so there's no reason to sell anything. So I can get that, which expands our cargo. And the suspicious materials. $120 expansion slots? Yeah, I have no idea where we're at, though. Can I actually see where we're at? We have a lot. So it's what, 10 wide? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so we're at 93. Ah, I see where it added it. It added up here. They could add the oxygen rerouter for underwater. I'm going to leave it alone for right this second. I'm sure there's going to be goodies we want there. Okay, but before we go anywhere, it is going to be a time to take our teleporter and do our rounds, because I did see we have a couple different things going on. So let's go to our settlements. We have a conflict pending. Let's deal with the conflict. If you put stuff in your inventory at the space station and then die in permadeath, does it carry over still? I mean, I'm not aware. It deletes your save file in permadeath, so... I mean... I'm sure there's ways you could manage stuff around through, like, multiplayer trickery or whatever. But, you know, the save file's deleted. You'd lose all your progress. Let's see, the settlers have caught salvager red-handed while stealing a sealed crate. Testing has revealed stains upon the item match the accuser's personal signature. So, we can collect a fine, which slightly reduces our debt, but decreases happiness, or we can banish them. If we banish them, the population goes down. I'm going to collect the fine, because happiness is easier to recover, versus the population's a bit more annoying to deal with. Okay, manage all settlements. Yeah, so this one's got a bunch of stuff just piled in its inventory. It doesn't have anything for me to work on. That one, the debt is continuing to climb, because we are still upgrading it and everything. And this is where we're doing a little bit of a twist. So we're going to the bottom of everything. It's my first time teleporting there, so I'm hoping it won't be buggy. Because if... Okay, cool. Because to give you an idea of how hospitable this place is, this is a water world in our home system. If I step outside, we immediately get into deep water crush depth with the modules that help us, you know, being this deep. It is not a kind place to be a living creature. What we're going to do is we're going to just surface here and then summon our ship to us. And then the plan is to see if we can't find a settlement in the system. I wonder what happens if I just use the settlement thing right now. Local interference. I'm assuming the local interference is that we are at the bottom of the ocean. Okay. We're just casually like 1500 U under the water. What is it with that one settlement being so needy? I step away and immediately it's like, there's something else we need you for. Like, okay, I mean, that's fine. But really, I'm trying to do multiple things and not just babysit you. Yeah. I didn't give you the basics to be able to land here, did I? Oh, hey. My ship's apparently right over there. Oh, right, because the ship just shows up wherever you go. Let's pop just a little underwater, so we're not listening to the engines going full tilt on the surface. Yeah, like I said, I want to fly into space, see if the settlement thing works there. If it doesn't, we go to the pirate station and we just teleport back to the freighter. And I will come to the acceptance that I'm going to just have to set up a settlement in a new system. Which is why we went to the dissonant system, just in the off chance that I will need dissonant goods. Yeah, it's way less efficient. We don't want to do that. Man, this is the purple star system we made. This is the main planet on it. It's just this giant water world. And it's great. It's a water world that's always on fire. It's just a casual 88 degrees Celsius. Is there an advantage of going back to your starship with the boat instead of teleporting there? This ship I can't teleport to. I can bring the ship, at least not that I'm aware of. I can bring the ship to me, but because I didn't have the landing stuff for there, it wasn't gonna let me. That's why I had to go to it. Okay, so I cannot use the chart in the system. That could be that's a pirate system, it could be that's a purple star. I don't really know. Doesn't matter. The point is, I can't use it here. Alright. Okay, so the teleport and link that showed was something... Oh, the teleport and link between you and your ship? Usually that's stuff like being able to teleport stuff inventory-wise around. Okay, I could buy... I have enough sodium. I'll buy your relic for sodium. Rusty tuning mask. Okay. So I want to know, are any of you freighters? There you go, there's a freighter. So are any of you freighters up for being purchased? Because we just want to check out the options here, because we're sitting on a C. I want to go straight for an S. We're not selling. We got the money. We want an S. I'm gonna not care about what it looks like. We're gonna care about function. We've already packed up everything on our freighter. Offer to buy the freighter. You're garbage. Get out of my sight. Never speak to me again. Can you bring and keep the submarines and vehicles in general, or do they have to be banned on the planet? Oh, so you do bring them with you. Anytime you summon them on another planet, it's the same vehicle. So if I just go to one of the other freighters... Oh, or just some freighters you can't dock with? I have never really looked into that. Yeah, it looks like there's just some models that you cannot dock with. Right, that was the one I believe I actually boarded. And all the other smaller ships nearby, you know, trying to get you to do stuff. Oh, the bomber thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so with that, like I said, we're going to go ahead and pop into the Outlaw Station. I'm just in the market for a better freighter. I've got the cash. I just need to locate one to buy. So see when we have them jump in like that, that's what'll pop on. We're looking for an S. It's gonna be a bunch of popping in there. I got the cash. And like I said, I'm not gonna be picky about getting like an S that's like, oh, that's a really good model. Even if it looks like an absolute dumpster, you know, of a ship, that's fine. Okay. Let's check to make, because I generally don't remember if that thing is illegal or not. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So with this, we're just going to go ahead and teleport back to our freighter. And we'll probably use the chart in that system and just see if it happens to point us at a settlement. Right, so we cannot go directly to our ship, it won't let us. So we're going to hop over to our base over here. I wonder if it is because it's a purple star or a pirate system. I don't know which one's the one interfering with the settlement. Because I could or both, like either one. It'd be really good if we could get a dissonant settlement on a dissonant planet where I could just run out and grab the materials and come back. Excuse me, why is there hazardous flora growing inside of the house? Thank you. And not dealing with stuff here right now, we're just moving on. I just wasn't allowed to go straight to my ship. Okay. And there'll be time to do our stuff in the system. So we have this one where I'm supposed to raid two depots. Hey everyone, I'm actively trying to get rid of you. Hope you're having a good time. Okay. All right. So, let's go and try and use some of these things. We have the charts. We could start with dissonant settlement detected. Alright. Most likely we're going to go here, and I'm going to have to get, like, you know, radiant shards and mirrors and stuff to unlock it. Which we'll have to go back to the art plant to do. But I don't know what I need, so I'm going to go here first. But as we mentioned before, it seems like, I think people said you can only have 5 settlements, which is fair because honestly I could see it becoming a thing where you end up spending all your time hopping between settlements after a bit. But I could also see just utterly neglecting them. They don't seem like, when the things kind of go on pause, you can kind of just ignore them from the way it looks. Alright. Ooh, really tiny settlement, too. Means we get plenty to build here. Alright. So I would need 300 Atlantidium. Alright. So we need to make that happen. You just did 4. It's lots of work. Yeah, now like I said, I think though, like, if you just didn't want to deal with it, you could just kind of give yourself a break. And kind of just ignore it. Hello, pretty wifey.
I'm going to Becky times.
That's somewhat responsible of you.
Yeah.
I said someone.
Yeah.
I love you.
Remember?
I'll remember things. Okay, so we're gonna go to the dissonant planet first. And I'm gonna get some, like a decent amount of LNTDium, whatever. Because we use that for a lot of stuff. If we get the opportunity to get mirrors and shards and all that, we'll do that. Okay, let's make sure we are pivoted up enough that we don't have to worry about that. Okay. And then we do have the 2 agent quests to go raid facilities and all that. We will do that. But right now, I'm focusing on just setting up the settlement if possible. Because I also like that it's going to give me kind of a direction of being like, oh, get this material to upgrade that building, get this material. Because at the stage we're at, it's kind of just expanding what we're doing. Oh, is that a building over there? I think that's a building right there. Okay. It's a lot of fun seeing the settlements evolve and improving the buildings. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like it's another thing you can do as kind of a chase or whatever. Alright. I should read. If I could pinpoint the frequency by cracking the encryption, I could potentially discover the fate of a poor pilot, the jarring noise and screaming engines, the terrified alien chatter I can hear. However, would suggest it did not end well. Okay, so we have 540, 5040, 720, 120, 24. Okay. So clearly it's going to be one of these low, like one of the really low ones here. So what do we have in common with these? So it doesn't appear to be anything around like having it and then doing some multiple. It's not a multiple of 5 or anything like that either. Huh. So 12... How do we... Because this one, that's half plus a 0. But that's not half plus a 0 either. I don't feel like doing the math. It definitely... I'm going to go with the 6. And I was going with the 6 because I was trying to just look at how, like, what the factor was. So I wasn't actually solving the math problem so much as being like, this is kind of the ratio I'm seeing it going down. And that the 6 was closer to what it seemed to be. It was divisible and incremental. Yeah, so that was kind of what I was doing, is I was just kind of taking the very loose, you know, if I could figure out roughly what the factor was different, even if I didn't go through and do the actual solving of the math or whatever, that could sometimes be enough. Because, like, the one was having it, all the others are significantly smaller than having it. So I felt pretty comfortable ruling that out. And then with the 8, that was about 1/3 of it. But none of the ones aligned to, like, 1/3 of it. Okay, we've got one thing. It's common on the ground. We'll get that. You say that's on the ground? Sure. Those distinctly fly, my friend. Right, okay. So I don't need the Sentinel Echoes. I'm gonna go for the Radiant Shards. How far is the crash discovered? It's probably on another planet. Oh, no, actually it's not. Because it's curious, usually on these dissonant worlds, you don't see regular crash ships, you see sentinel ships. And they have an entirely different process of how you claim them. Alright, well let's cause some mischief. Okay. Let's go to the crash site. Might as well. And we can go ahead and pop around here. And we'll see. Like I said, normally on these planets, you see sentinel ships. Which part of what makes me curious, if this will be a regular ship or a sentinel ship. It appears to be a regular old ship, from what I can tell here. Alright. Oh, right, there was something I needed from the Sentinel Walkers. What was it that I needed from the Sentinel Walkers? There was something I was going to build that had a requirement from them. Was it a starship module? No, it was a freighter module. Yeah, there was a module I only get from the, corrupted Sentinel Walkers, so I'll try and do that. Under a large ceiling pipe lies decayed the pilot's body, and beneath it, you notice a sharp glint of metal. The control panel still hums with life, but upon closer inspection, the thrusters prove inoperable. The life form could have been trapped alone on this planet for years. Check the body. As you pull the body away from the secret compartment, slides reveals a new multi-tool tech. A blazing javelin upgrade I will not be using. Alright. Honestly, I'm gonna leave it. It can lay right where it is. It'll probably get me as a C tier. Maybe a million or two. Maybe not quite that much. But I gotta go repair its engines and fly it back and do all that stuff, and I cannot be bothered. They're worth doing, for the record. I'm just being lazy. Okay, that'll give me a mirror. More concerned about radiant shards. Because usually if you go where the radiant shards are, you can find the bigger Atlantidium materials. Do not hurt yourself in hazardous flora for no reason. Well, apparently they're actually not a bad source of that material as well. Yeah, we can do that. Could you maybe stop doing that? Okay. They don't seem to be a good source of Elitidium. And thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting a sub to Beal Andrew. I do appreciate that. Okay, where were the other ones? There you are. Alright. These are definitely not the best weapons. Hey, quit it. And thank you, Randathor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Pelanova. So Pelanova, you got some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to emotes where you want them or not. So thank you again. I really do appreciate it. Where? There you are. Is there one over here somewhere? I saw it jump and then I lost sight of it. There you are. Okay, let's get back over here where we get that ridge involved. We are going through our ammo way too fast. I should have taken the time. During the last wave to restock my ammo. Okay, but thank you so much for kicking off the hype train. I really do appreciate that. And all that. So the problem I'm about to run into is I'm about to run out of ammo. Come on, ammo, ammo, before it runs out. Ammo, ammo, where are you at? There we go. What I'm trying to do is there's something like, I don't remember what the item was. But there was an item that you can get off the advanced things I needed for one of my crafting things. I believe it was for doing the purple systems in the freighter. Okay. I need to get more damage. Like, we're handling this just fine. But more like massaging the enemies to death. The swarm is hunting. Dealing with the ones that repair first. And the ones that do the most damage. And might get more repairers over here. Ooh, hey. Stop doing the flamethrower, I don't like that. Being attacked from the left. Where? There you are. Luckily, they're not that much damage. Okay, so it looks like they finally gave up because I destroyed enough of them. Let's go get our rewards from that. Would you like to give out one last key? Yeah, thank you for keeping the reminders up since I've been really struggling to remember that. Let me go ahead and do this. So this will be for one last copy of Farm Sim 25, the base game, and let me just double check. I believe I have another Highlands DLC to give out. Let's see. Yes, with the Highlands fishing expansion. So that late update. So all you have to do is do !join. If you're looking to just get the DLC, that's fine too. You just gotta let me know if you win. Be like, hey, I don't need the base game, I just want the DLC. But it is for the base game of Farming Simulator with the most recent major expansion that had like Scotland and onions and fishing and all that stuff. That's good going on. So let's also check our inventory at where we're at with this, because we're doing a lot of fighting. So I got over 500 alantitium, over 1,000. Oh yeah, it was this. I needed the crystallized heart. And I believe the crystallized heart, if I remember correctly, that was for the freighter module I wanted to make. So with this, that's everything I need to get that settlement set up. So let's check our log. And we see our settlement. The settlement wasn't this planet. Oh, you know what? I think when we got the ship to show up, the settlement disappeared. I might grab the ship. Which is being weird. Like, it should be somewhere below us, right? There we go, it's over this way. Like, somewhere really close. Alright. So we'll see if I grab the ship and then claim it. If it'll stop flagging this. Compare. If I explicitly choose leave the ship alone, okay, it does keep the mark. Compare. Claim the ship, add to the collection. And I will take 2 seconds to chuck you in there. Chuck you in there. And we don't need the hyperdrive. I can make 1 seal. Alright, so I'm not gonna worry about that now, but we have made the ship functional. So now, my hope is that that'll go away. Okay, bear with me, I'm gonna snooze the ad twice. And the reason I'm doing that... Well, actually, I'll snooze the ad once, and I'll use that as my timer for when the, what's going on? Yeah, so I fear because we got that ship, that where we had located the settlement vanished. Alright. So we're gonna knock out the quest here. Because one of these planets over here is where we saw the settlement, but the problem is, like, locating the settlement by just randomly pointing is not gonna happen. I do have another thing to locate in our settlement, though, so we will work on that. That's going to be our target. Let's go get that. Okay. Firewall breached. Accessing schematics. The information the client seeks is available from this terminal. The data is encrypted, but I trust the client will still be able to process it. Download the data. I have the required data. I should return the mission agent to make the delivery. Yeah, it's just for... Well, I mean, carbon's always good. Grab a bunch of carbon. Yep, but this will be for, like I said, the base game of Farm Sim 25, and the Highlands expansion DLC. But we'll do that drawing here in... I wish I had the timestamp on it so I can tell how long it's been. We'll give it like 2-3 more minutes, and then we will we'll call it. And as I mentioned plenty of times already this stream, you do not need to be subbed, you do not need to be following to be eligible. All you have to do is do the exclamation mark join, and if you have your name drawn, you just basically have to be like, yes, I would like the game. Or, you know, I would like the DLC, you know, I don't need the base game. Whatever's the appropriate thing. Okay, how many critters are on this planet? There's 6. Uncommon underground, and we are out. So the next question is, where I did that count for both of them? It did not. That's fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, same planet, different location. Yeah, we'll give it just shy of 2 more minutes. And then we'll do the drawing. And all you have to do is respond. And we'll get that to you. And I'll be sending that to you in your Twitch DMs. Like, I'll whisper that to you. Alright. We got freighters showing up. Let's go peek at one of the freighters and just see if we happen to be able to get ourselves an upgrade. Because we're still looking for an S-tier freighter. We haven't actually checked that many. Okay. So what have you got for me this time? Offered by the freighter, and it is a B tier. So we're getting the right direction, but unfortunately, it's S or nothing. And thank you, Shaw, for the 70 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. So we'd like to present you a nice number. It proves your stream quality and my loyalty. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, we've mentioned it a couple times during the stream, like people resubbing and all that, and how long people have been doing that, and like doing their stream streaks and all that, and how much it means that people keep coming back. Whether or not you sub or whatever, that's not the point. But like the people supporting. Alright, so we're going to be doing the drawing here in just a second. And like I said, all you got to do is if your name is drawn, you just have to respond and let me know you want the game, you know, whether like you want it all, base game and the DLC, or just the DLC. And the drawing is for, let's say that's Lyrezi. So Lyrezi, if you would like Farming Simulator 25 and the Highlands expansion, just let me know. If you're looking for just the Highlands expansion, let me know that as well. But all you gotta do is let me know what you're looking for. I'll go ahead and start getting that key ready. You want it all. Excellent. All right, so let me go ahead and grab you in the Whisper here and do that. And this will be the key for the base game. So Farming Simulator 25. And there's the key. And mark that one as used. And then grab the key for the Highlands Fishing DLC. And slide that over. Highlands Fishing expansion. And drop the key in there. Double check the keys. Mark that one as used as well. Okay, so that key is that one. And that key is... where are you at? That one. Okay. Cool. Got the right person. Everything looks good. And there you go. And if you have any problems with that, let me know. I mean, I could go and bug the devs or anything, but that's about all I got. So what we have left is I have a copy of the Nexat DLC. I have 2 copies of the base game and 1 copy of the Nexat DLC left to give out. I also have a key for While the Iron's Hot, which is unrelated to all this that I've been sitting on. I think I might actually have a spare key of Tinkerlands or whatever. Yep, no problem. Like, I totally understand not being able to redeem that. That's gonna be the last key give out for tonight. We could do more key give out like in the future. But yeah, so I got 2 more copies of Farm Sim to give out, and then I have the Nexat DLC, which I'll just put that with one of the others. And maybe if we feel like doing more, I've got like While the Iron's Hot, and I think I might have a key for Tinkerland still floating around. But with that said, I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be right back here in a minute. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. All right, and I'm back. We've had a good couple of clips from the Unfriendly Neighbors, stream we did the one time. We had a good couple of clips come from that same thing. All right, so let's go ahead and get down here. Steal more industrial secrets, as you do. And it'll pop up, and we will check for a settlement again. Yeah, it's unfortunately that's actually two separate of the settlement things we've wasted today. One because I already had a settlement on the planet, so it wouldn't let me do a second one. And then the other one, I didn't have the materials, and because I grabbed another thing, we lost. I didn't mean to land down. Yeah, using Zombie Plan, but that event was full of hilarity. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, and it's also like... At that point, I haven't been playing much Zomboid in a while. Like, for those who don't know, I used to have a world record in Zomboid. But I pretty much burned myself out getting it. And, when someone else took it, people were like, you gonna get back? It's like, nah, man. No. No, I'm happy to have had that crown. But also, I have no desire to go back for it. Get more data. And we can download the data. I like how we're rating these things. So in Gek space, just committing a violence against like Gek facilities and all that stuff. It didn't let you have a summon on the same planet? Yeah, no, it said I couldn't. Like, it explicitly said I couldn't have, like, two on the same planet. I can have them in the same system, but not the same planet. And I actually do have two in the same system. Because when I went to claim it, it's like, you can't. You already have a settlement on this planet. It's like, oh, okay. Because it was kind of aiming to try and put them all on the same planet. Or, like, in the same system, sorry. Because that would have been nice to just keep them all in the same system. I had one regular, then one autophage one. Yeah, I've got one autophage one on one planet, and then one regular one on another planet in the same system. I'm kind of hoping if I can get this to... Let's look at the planets and see if any of them will show me the icon for the settlement. If it does, if it does, if it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, nope, it's looking like we wasted it. It's fine. I've got a spare. Then go here. Did you find one? It says code already used. Which code? The DLC or the base game? Because the base game, I could just send you an extra base game. Okay, I can work with that. I don't think that's me making a mistake, but it's all right. I got a spare. I'll send that to you in just a second. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't send out a code, but you never know. There's every once in a while you'll actually get a key that's like a duplication kind of thing. Like I've had that I've had that happen a couple times. Yeah, no, I know it's no rush. I just want to make sure I do it right away, because if I don't, I'll forget, and then I'll feel bad. So bear with me. I'm gonna quickly... get that. All right, so show these. And let me double check. So I sent you... Yeah, so that wasn't one I sent to someone else. Cool, cool. All right, actually, I can double check that. Nope, that was the only one I sent to you. All right, that's no problem. Like I said, I'll just send you one of the other codes. Because like I said, every once in a long while, that happens. All right, so make sure you got that one. Okay, so that leaves me with one more code and then the next app DLC to give out. All right. Yeah, because there's like... Yep, cool. Yeah, because there's no way for me to like verify like any of this stuff, unfortunately. Like I can't go ahead and be like, make sure all the keys work, because once I use it, it's used. That still leaves us with one more Farm Sim 25 key and a next app pack DLC. DLC also works? Cool. Yeah, so they probably just accidentally sent out a duplicate code. It happens. That, like, low-key, that even happens with, like, the sponsored streams and all that. I've had times where I've had, like, a sponsored stream, they send me the key, like, the day or two before I'm supposed to do the sponsored segment, and I go to use it, and it's like, this key is already in use, and it's like, you know, and you fire off a quick DM and be like, yo, you have me doing a sponsored thing in, like, 2 days. The key you gave me is no good. I've run into that one before. Imagine a giant spreadsheet. Gonna be pretty easy to accidentally have. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And I've never had anyone make like a big stink or anything about it. You know, it's an understandable thing. Okay, so turn those missions in. Let's see. I'm not feeding creatures. You can't make me. Hunt low-level pirates. I don't really care about the awards. It's fine. Even with small spreadsheets you work with, still copy-paste the wrong thing. Oh yeah, no, it's really easy. Because the reason I would make no stink about that kind of thing, because it's like, yeah, it's just so easy to accidentally do that kind of thing. Alright. So that gave us a suit upgrade slot. Yeah, so we could get the oxygen router for underwater. We can get these ones. They're only considered sea level, but it's 50% resistance. Well, actually, that one's way better than the other ones, which is interesting. Huh. The other ones are all 21%, then the toxic's 50%. Well, I'm gonna do that. Let's move you down here. Put the toxic one up here. Thinking about what I'm gonna play because of boredom is getting closer. Now I know. Yep. Oh yeah, and Farm Sim is a game that you can just sink hours into. Absolutely can just decimate your schedule with it. Meanwhile, I don't really care which one of the other ones we do. There's a radiant... Ah, interesting. So that one linked up. This one didn't. It's fine for right now. Yeah, because both of these are buffers. We'll want to get rid of those eventually. Bro share glyphs? Absolutely not. Plus, I pretty much am never in multiplayer mode. Okay. Right. So let's double check with the planets. I already lost track what I was even doing with the planets. Yeah, and we used that second one, and the second one also didn't reveal the settlement thing. Okay, let's just try going out here. If we see the settlement, we do the settlement. If not, we're just gonna go on to the next system and say to hell with this place. Reminds me of the time you were assigned to keep assigned to help investigate how we were leaking gift codes in your website. After patching super obscure holes where you could steal them, theoretically, you're still losing them. You reached out to Amazon. They aren't supposed to share redemption information, but they gave you the address under the table, and you realized the one stealing the codes was the manager assigned to the investigation. Yup. The classic Who Watches the Watchers. Yup. Yeah, so weirdly, we just didn't keep where the settlements were. Alright, we're just gonna move on to the next system. To hell with this place. Alright. Does it show you a nice Corvette? Yeah, I'm not playing multiplayer though. Plus, I'm doing permadeath stuff, so you know. Definitely not jumping with random people on permadeath. Stream sniping is absolutely a thing that happens. Actually, don't need to go for another dissonance system. Alright, so I didn't actually map that last system, but that's because I did those missions I landed for. And it's like, man, I don't remember which planets I'd done what on. And I could go through and attrition them all one by one, but I'm also very lazy. And luckily, there is no shortage of space in this galaxy. So I could just move on to the next one and keep that ball rolling. I also don't have the glyphs handy even if I wanted to. I have to go find a nearby portal and all that, and I am way too lazy for that. I wonder if the settlement scanners you get from the autophage are always dissonant ones, or if they vary. I should also check to just see if I could straight up use my nav data to buy the settlement things, because honestly, I just hold on to the nav data unless I like really have to do something. I guess they're all dissonant. It would make sense for them to be all dissonant. Okay. So we do our rounds, check the agent. You got anything fun for me? I don't want to take a bunch of screenshots, then have to clean out all the screenshots later. It's fine. It's for a ship cargo area. So you want a volcanic world picture. Fine, I will add garbage onto my hard drive. I don't care about a B-class reactor. Take photo of a shelter. I'm gonna leave that alone just because I don't want to have to deal with the module. Yeah, it's all fine, whatever. Then we can go up here real fast. We start with you. So who are you with? You are one we're exalted with. So we'll get the free frigate thing. We'll grab you. No reason to donate anything. We're already max rep, so I can't get more out of continuing to donate. We'll realize we have an absolutely full inventory. Okay, so I've got the Blazing Javelin module that's not really that good to get rid of. Okay, purchase upgrade modules, and we'll switch to sell, and get out of here for a tiny bit of nanites. Okay, so with this, I can now add another one of these. So that one now says 50%. It's weird that it seems to be showing different ones having 50% and all that. But they all show us 21%. It's fine. And now it is linking them all. Sure. Whatever. Okay. Let's see. So for this hard-to-go run, do you have an end scenario or a series of specific goals to win condition, or does it just keep playing until you're dead? Keep playing until you're dead. We already did previously do a run where I just got to the center of the galaxy, did all that in permadeath on stream. And that went fine. And the idea is I'm going to have this be a quote-unquote forever run. Environmental shields are bug-free all the time. Yeah, I figured there's enough linking points that probably they'll work fine. But yeah, so we're basically trying to do as much as possible in this one. View citizen request. The citizens have commissioned a shelter Iguangon to produce and play the honor of the foundation of the settlement. Completing this feat may be costly, though polling dictates 90% of people in favor. Yeah, we can go ahead and add feature public arts. What's a little bit more debt on my debt? Alright, no problem, Treacle. You have a good walk and all that. Meanwhile, let's go ahead to our log. We can go ahead and check in our marketplace. We have upgraded it. We can go ahead and open that. And little by little, we will upgrade this place, and it will start... Eventually, it'll start gaining money instead of losing it. We need one mind control device for our place. Excuse me? Did you say mind control device? I feel like I shouldn't be helping you with that. That's Mind Arc. Where's Mind Control Device? I'm assuming that's loot I'll have to find. That's fine. We can just go on to the next one. Where is your upgrade terminal? Usually along the outside here somewhere. There you are. You need 9 ion batteries. Easy peasy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, and with that, we can pop into this one. And we go to our other settlement. And I probably need to go into what it's producing and change it. I had it just making the plates so I wouldn't have to, and then we got like one full stack of plates, and like, I need to not be doing this. Because very genuinely, I got too much junk. Alright, our advisors have submitted competing proposals for funds. Polling indicates 41% approval for the maintenance system, 58% approval for citizen welfare. Citizen welfare. Okay, let's go to the salon, or saloon, not salon, saloon, and open it. Because now we don't just have a town. We got a town with a happening bar. Hot ice. To create ultra deep foundations. Okay, hot ice. I believe that's on the production lines where you like upgrade one material to the next. Yeah, it's gonna be one of the earlier things. So you need nitrogen. I don't have quite enough nitrogen. I got a lower level building over here. Oh, the dirt! Yeah, we have that dirt. I believe the dirt is in storage. What about you? What are you expecting? Oh, that's literally just the building we're in. Where's my ship? There we go. Alright, so what we're going to want to do... There's another building we need to upgrade. Bionic lure. The bionic lure is a lot of stuff. That's fine. Okay, like I said, I've got the dirt. It's just in my storage on the ship. Or it's not in the storage on my ship. I have it. Is it just in my ship itself? I didn't sell it. I definitely held on to it. It's not in the freighter. And I didn't use it. Yeah, it's definitely not here. Not here either. Well, there's 54 dirt. Oh, I need 64 dirt, I believe. And that's 54. I'll grab it, but I think I'm 10 dirt short. I also have a couple buildings over here we can upgrade to. Yeah, so it's 64 dirt. And I believe you're the same building. 64 dirt here. Star Silk. They really need a way that you can search this much easier. Yeah, so hot ice, yeah. So I need more stuff there. That's fine. There's probably gonna be more dirt. And what's your deal? Superconducting fiber. Alright, superconducting fiber. What do you need? There's a superconductor. That's gonna be another thing I have to locate. Yeah, for all the good they've done with that, the game still, the inventory UI really needs an overhaul. Oh, yeah. So it's looking like we might be in a situation where I can't actually upgrade any of the buildings here right now. Which is okay. We run into that every once in a while. But it does mean I'm on the lookout for dirt. But I honestly need a lot of dirt. Okay, we can go back to our freighter. Yeah, so we need a lot of dirt. Like a lot of dirt. We need superconducting fiber. We need hot ice. One thing I ought to be doing is a lot of those materials we get from the freighter missions here, I need to stop selling those. I don't really need the money. No, that's still the wrong way. I don't really need the money. And it is a thing that we could just use that for other stuff. Alright, so put the dirt back for right now. Put this stuff back for right now. That inventory is basically full. And like I said, we are going to just jump. Well, actually, no, we already jumped. We jumped this system? Question mark? Yeah, we jumped to the system. We haven't done anything here yet. Yeah. We just did like the rounds where we check on our bases, do all that garbage, check the settlements, yada yada. Our ship is full of other people's ships. Oh, right. I was going to check for, navigation data. It's fine. So we accepted a thing to take pictures of some kind of planet. I thought we had 2 of those we accepted. Maybe not. Are any of you freighters? Because we're still looking for an S-class freighter. And that's one we just basically RNG till we see one, then we got the money to just straight up buy it. It looks like there's another freighter that showed up just next to us, so we can check this one, and if that doesn't meet our criteria... Nope, B is not good enough. Because then I can start working on just like massively upgrading our freighter. Was there a second freighter that showed up? They saw you. Oh, here's the other group showed up. Yeah, so one of these will probably be a freighter over here. Or not. Alright, well, with that... we'll go hit up the planet, scan for animals, do all that garbage, get working on this system. How are we doing on our nanites? 23,000. 2,000 more nanites, and we can upgrade our multi-tool. And that'll mean we're solidly moving into the world of B tier. Can't see anything. Extreme wind blasting. Okay. The control terminal before you appears to have some sort of deep-level mining. However, the system has stalled. The screen flashes a readout. Low. Low fuel. The warning blinks on and off. Well, if it's fuel, I'm assuming carbon. The machinery rumbles beneath your feet and the drill whirs to life. The facility is back online. Normal operations have resumed and you access the facility's main control panel. We should be able to alter production to my own benefit. So, okay. We can extract nanites. We can create a multi-tool expansion slot. like, these I've got tons of. Let's learn a new recipe and see if I get anything. Oh. Well, I have all those, and I have all those. Well, that was... Alright, we've learned our lesson. Do not accept a new recipe. Have no need for those. Okay, so we've got nothing but ground and flying things. One on the south end of the planet. Let's go to our ship. Let's fly to the south end of the planet. I'm going to tag this while I'm here. We can go to the south end of the planet, we can go and scan for those things, get ourselves a couple thousand nanites. Hey, Nethercloud, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Nethercloud, by the way? But how was your stream? What were you streaming? All that good stuff. And welcome in, Raiders. You brought cake? Hell yeah. Playing some NOLA 2. I have no idea what NOLA 2 is. Is that something I should be remedying? But, again, check out Nethercloud. Plays a whole lot of fun stuff over there. Playing some NOLA 2. But yeah, definitely someone we're checking out. But no, it's good to have you on stuff. Stream was awesome. Did mostly RimWorld, 2 endings with storytellers, then did Nightingale for a bit. Gotcha. Yeah, so definitely, again, like, if you're into RimWorld, Nethercloud does plenty of that. A whole bunch of good stuff over there. Alright, let's pop back down here. How's the Sky stream? Pretty good. We're playing in, like, super duper 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 sweaty, try-hard permadeath settings and all that. This run we have literally finished every mission in the game, and we did that all with, like, C-tier equipment. And so I was looking for, like, basically my heart is set on a bunch of games that aren't available yet. And so I was like, you know what? I just want to do something I can kind of sit and chill and have a good time. Alright, so we're not quite south enough yet. So let's go back up. But, so I was like, you know what? Let's just do something we can kind of just chill, have a good time. So let's work on de-scuffing our stuff. To that end, our ship has gone from being a C tier to a B tier, which we've been upgrading with the nanites, and I'm about to do my multi-tool once we finish scanning the life forms on this planet. I'm not doing any of, like, the meta strategies where you sit there and you just, you know, grind out a bunch of food, or you capture the little mold ball things and you collect them or whatever. Mostly I'm scanning for life forms, going from planet, you know, system to system, doing missions to get the standings up. Basically the idea is to do all the things possible in this run. And we've done a lot. Okay, so we're in the southern hemisphere? Yeah, we're in the southern hemisphere now. Because one of the animals, it said, only shows up in the southern hemisphere. You have a pretty killer mold farm with 100 refineries on your freighter? Yeah. There we go, we got a random building we can check out. Let's bounce our ship off the train a couple of times. And another one. Alright. Yeah, so we're just kind of working on, like, the upgrade treadmill. Getting our nanites, getting our money. Someone mentioned cake. I do like cake. But thank you, Randathor, for the Gigantify. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're just running around, doing all this stuff, giving the creatures a chance to spawn. We got a ball giant nucleus creature or something. Okay, a couple of creatures over the ridge. Okay, and how are we doing? 606 creatures, 1,500 nanites. And we are done with this planet. Okay. That also might have qualified as a volcanic planet. Oh, wait. What? Did it say Nightingale and I read Nola too because... Never mind. It's fine. Brain no worky right. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Nethercloud. I appreciate it. Alright. And how are we doing now? 300 more nanites. And then we can upgrade our multi-tool to a B class, which is good because we've maxed out our number of multi-tool slots. And we bet on that paying for everything. That is weird. Automato's like, did not like, you so much, fellow. Bullying. I don't understand. There's gotta be something like one very niche insult that has that in it or something like that that nobody uses anymore. Because for it to be that full set of 4 words. Okay, so we got water on this planet from the looks of it. Let's go try and land on one of these islands over here. Okay, so plenty of water. Oh, we got a place we can land. Because I figure it's worth it if you can find one of these spots to just land, because you never know what's going to be there. You might get yourself extra inventory space, or free nanites, or whatever. Or just a waypoint. I like free antimatter. Okay, so looking at what we got here, we got 13 animals. For our ground, we have 3 flying. Is that underground? That's weird that I have our ground one listed this far down. We do have one that's found only in the southern hemisphere. We are like right at the equator though. So what's probably going to want to happen is I probably am going to want to go to the southern hemisphere on this one as well. Oh, you heading to bed, Villanova? If you are, you know, good night and all that good stuff. If you're just referring to the antimatter's good night, you know, yes. That's a cool whatever it is. But yeah, you take it easy. Appreciate you hanging out and all that good stuff. Okay, so we got all that. More flying stuff. Like I said, so which was the one that was to the south only? It is the underwater one. So yeah. So let's get to the southern hemisphere, because we're only just barely not in the southern hemisphere. Oh, it still has us only at 7. We're just hitting them at, like, different parts of their cycle. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. So let's go here, and we can pop up. Rotate slightly to the south. Give it a couple seconds, and veer back in. That should plunk us pretty close to the South Pole. Yep, almost exactly. Okay. Fine. There we go. Is it possible to tag those Titan worms? You can't seem to get them. Maybe the distance? I have not been able to tag them with any reliability either. Usually they don't count as one of the creatures you're looking for from what I've noticed though. But yeah, like for me personally, I've not been able to tag them with any reliability either. That I haven't quite figured out. Alright, well, we're about to get a toxic storm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop into this water. Here we go. Like an alligator seahorse thing? Okay, so you only have one more to find, and it is an uncommon flying creature. Let's see. Looks like our ammonia supply might actually be getting low. Gentle 2-kilometer walkies. Your foot hurts and it's gonna have to suck it up. Just get her being fractured. Like, obviously, you know, take care of yourself. Don't push too hard. All those things. Okay. Yep. No, it's always well good to have them and all that. Having like people raid and all that. So let's go ahead and get some more ammonia. Because we use this to give us a lot of protection against toxic environments. I always like to keep a decent amount stocked. Pretty much any of the planets has like the more significant weather, whether it's like, you know, fire or cold or toxic or radiation or whatever, you'll usually find whatever the counter is to that as an available thing you can mine there. So like for fire, it's phosphorus. For this one, it's ammonia. For radiation, it's uranium. I do not remember what the cold one was. Was it dioxide? But either way, you have the cold one. You get the idea. So it's kind of one of those things that helps you when you're on those planets, that you end up just getting those materials and then using those. Did you get your big squid head out of where I'm digging? Like, quite literally and specifically get your big squid head out of where I'm digging? Very specific. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're bringing your friend. One of you getting your big squid heads was not sufficient. You had to bring the whole troop over. Storm's done. All right. So we're looking for another flying thing. Okay. Go for the buried crystal formation. Okay, got a beacon over there we can start heading towards. Oh, right, we can also do this. No hotspot nearby. Fair enough. I'm not super worried about the beacon, it gives me a direction to move. All right. And the beacon, like I said, I don't really care about it. but it's a thing. I'm gonna click it. Because you never know when you'll find something worthwhile. Now granted, with the variety of things, like if it finds a freighter, not super worried about that. If it finds a downship, a lot of times I'll go and at least take a peek just in the object. Hi, autophage. How you doing? Alright, so we're going to give them the Alantedium, whatever. And we're going to go ahead and practice our language. Request a new word. And then we're going to see if there's any quests they want me to do. Offer assistance. Amino chambers. I don't remember what goes into those, but we'll assume I can take care of it. And then Radiant Shard. Practice language. Get a new word. I'll get a traveler symbol. And offer assistance. Magnetic resonators. I can probably do that. I've already visited with you. Okay, so you're next. And practice language. Press a new word. Mystery. And offer assistance. Repair lost autophage. We could probably do that as well. Present them with a gift. Because that might give me another thing for the settlements as well. Request a word. And then offer assistance. Collect ammonia. Well, that one we've already done. Meanwhile, give me those. So you can go ahead and drop off the ammonia. Thank you. Alright, so let's look at our log. So, repair the last autophage, magnetic resonator, and amino chambers. Can I get inside your little tent? Does that protect me? No. No, it does not. Okay. So what I can do... I can climb in this, and that'll protect me. Alright, so... amino chambers, I need chlorine. Chlorine is actually not that bad because I have a whole bunch of salt. It might be on my ship, unfortunately. I need to go through and start clearing this up. Salt, there we go. Meanwhile, that's for the amino things. And the other one it wanted was the magnetic resonator, which is ionized cobalt. Which, I can get cobalt in the cave right there. Okay, we have to repair the autophage, which is not on the same planet. There's the last thing we needed for that. Okay, and with that, we can go here and discoveries, animals, 3,250 nanites. What do we have inside our exocraft, by the way? Basically nothing. Good to know. Would you go away, critter? Okay, now I'm gonna need cobalt. Okay, so that's that round of this. So I got some chlorine. I should have cobalt in here too. We could chuck that in there. Where are you, cobalt? There we go. I thought I had another one. So let's go check on the log here. Cool, so we can go ahead and talk to them. Because we've got the amino tube things. Alright. So we can go back in here. Okay, so we're processing that. Let's go ahead and, just in case, we're going to end up needing more cobalt and more dehydrogen. So I'm just going to keep collecting some of that. What do I get from the ones on the floor? Same deal. We can do that. Bear with me for one moment, just snoozing some ads so you don't get subjected to another round of ads, because we're probably going to be wrapping up in not too long. So just snoozing the ads as long as it'll let me, which is only about 15 minutes. After that, Twitch says no, you get your ads. Alright. One last key? Nah, not anymore tonight. Oh, I got like 15 minutes left or so at the absolute maximum. It just means I'll give it like another key or so tomorrow, and that'll probably wrap those up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so that's a bunch of the ionized. Okay, so we got those. Pop the geode. Okay, so that should take care of that one, so we can go here. And turn you in. I'm probably just going to cancel the one to repair the, one. Just because it's off-planet. Let's go to you. Abandon that one. And we got all the stuff here, so my ship is over there. And so what we'll do is I'll try and rush back up to the station. We will upgrade our multi-tool, and we will burn a whole lot of multi-tool expansion slots I've been hoarding. Okay, and autophage is almost maxed out. One more level in autophage, and then literally we can't level it up anymore. And that'll be the first of like the different like race factions that we will have maxed. Gek is pretty close to max as well. That's part of one of the things I need to work on. Is just once I get like Gek maxed out, we will look at stuff like the Vakeen and the Korvax, and I'll make it a point to go to systems that are under their control. And then the last one I have to do is the pirates, because I really haven't done much with them on this run, which won't be that hard. Honestly, the pirate missions are usually straightforward, because you keep getting the smuggle missions, which are just, you go to a system, and then you just talk to a person, and you're sorted. Almost everybody max out Gex first. I wonder if they have more planets. Wait, what? I'm being followed by someone? Do you want to die? Was it worth it? Did you learn something? Let's see, the pirates are the first one on your playthrough. Yeah, no, like the pirates, if you're actually trying to like grind rep, because there's just one faction that you get 5 missions for every single time you go to the board, you can almost always find a mission there, like, yeah, I'll do that one. Versus when you go to the other space stations, you can get 5 different missions that one of them will be for like the local faction, and the other ones will be for like explorers and all that. So it's a little harder to target any one of them. Which we are maxed on the merchant and the explorers group. And I'm working on the mercenaries, and I don't remember what the other one was. It's fine. Okay. But yeah, because then we get the autophage maxed, all that stuff. Okay, and we can run out here. Teleport back. Use our 25,000 nanites to upgrade our staff to being a B tier. Which I believe is Exocraft, this one. There we go. That's the one. Alright, so improve class. Okay. Upgrade the class, 25,000. Cool. Get back on there. Install multi-slot expansion. I may be hoarding these. Alright. So, do we still have more of those left? I still have 14 left. Basically, I added as many as I could until it's like, no, you're cut off. And we have all these things we can add. So we do occasionally get stuff for making the fishing rod and all that. I do want to switch from the setup we're using over to eventually getting the pulse spitter, but you know. But yeah, so we have all these things that I haven't been able to install because of the stuff going on. But yeah, so we just added to ourselves 9 more slots by upgrading. Now I have to figure out which modules I want to put in there. So, massive improvement. Oh, let's check the agent. They may have switched their mission objectives already. May I suggest the neutron cannon? So, I've used the bolt caster before, and I kind of wanted to do the other one for just, like, the strategy of more DACA, of just tossing a bunch of ammo out there. Yes, it is a shot. Yeah, that's fine. It's a ship expansion slot. I shouldn't complain. Alright, so we're going to quickly run in here. We're going to get into our cockpit, then we're going to get back out of it to get the save point. But yeah, so I would definitely say that this has been a very productive day in No Man's Sky. We took our ship from C tier to B tier. We took our multi-tool from C tier to B tier. And I know you can just kind of go over and just buy an A tier if you find it really fast, or an S tier. It's really easy to just go for the tier. But the last time, I had a pretty okay-ish looking weapon that was S tier and everything that I was doing stuff with. But then genuinely, you know, I got to the point where we got the staff, and I'm like, well, I already have an S tier weapon that's fully decked out. Not fully, but like extremely well suited and everything. And I got this, I'm like, the staff's cool. But I'm not going to grind this thing all the way up to S tier. I've already got a really good one. And it's just kind of the same thing. Like, that one I actually had the stuff, and I dumped all the money into upgrading the Corvette. I think we got to A tier on my not permadeath. But this time I was like, no, I'm going to get the Corvette to S tier. I'm going to get my multi-tool to S tier. I'm going to pick the ones I want, not the ones that I happen to snag, with the exception of the freighter because I can't upgrade it. We'll just get that. So with that said, chat, it is going to be that time. So first of all, if you have enjoyed what you've been watching over here on Twitch, don't forget to drop a follow. If you're over on the YouTube scribe, don't forget to like and subscribe. On the YouTube side, I don't have a host ready, so it will be dropping abruptly for you, but thank you for watching. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and go to my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on.